Yeah, no problem. All right, here we go. Welcome back to the ACAC Cricket Grounds in St. Louis, Missouri. For this, the grand final of the CAD Engineering Liberty Cup USA 2025. And what a match we have in store. Two Chicago sides making it through to the final. The Chicago LIV Legends, who remain the only unbeaten side in the tournament. And the Chicago Kings, who, as we saw on a couple of occasions yesterday, full of firepower. It's going to be a fascinating game. And we'll see what happened at the toss. Welcome back for the first semi-final of this year's Liberty Cup USA. We have two teams competing, the Chicago Legends against the St. Louis Americans. Mohan Barber, skipper of the Chicago Legends, you've got the coin. Where you go, sir? Apologies about that. Somehow we loaded up yesterday's toss. It was a very interesting match, but let's find out what happens for today's final at the toss. Welcome to the grand final of the CAD Engineering Liberty Cup USA 2025. I'm here in the middle with the two captains, Mohan Barber of the Chicago Legends, Ramiz Raja of the Chicago Kings, with the two match officials who will be looking after proceedings today. Mohan, I believe you are dedicated home team, so you're going to toss the coin. All right. Ramiz, you've decided to bat first. Perhaps after some of the results yesterday, no surprise in that decision.
Yeah, actually, that's what it has been like this, and the pitch has been playing really good in the first inning most of the time. So that's what we are trying to, look forward.
I mean, you guys obviously a great road to the final. One loss so far, but it was a narrow one by one run. What have you learnt throughout the tournament playing on this ground? How are you going to approach this match?
Actually, it's been a pretty good experience. The whole management and the umpiring standard and the pitches standard they were really good. And what happened, the way we started, actually, it was a wake-up call. So that's it's good to start sometime like that. So all the guys just put their 200% effort in the rest of the game. And how we came back in the tournament, I think it's like really hats off to all the guys. But it's another push, so we are not too confident, but we are really optimistic.
Awesome. And any changes to your 11 for the final?
There's one change because of the injury. So actually, it's like impact play rule, so it's more or less same team.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And Mohan, losing the toss, you're having a bowl first. You happy?
I'm happy. I have already told my guys, whatever it is, the way you have played the whole tournament, just go and enjoy cricket. If we play our good game, I'll be happy, whichever side we are on. The way we have been performing, the way the team has been, being gelled up, playing like brothers, and performing like pros. I love it.
Awesome. And obviously you're the only unbeaten team remaining in the competition. 4 out of 4 so far. You're coming up against a strong Kings lineup. What do you think could be the difference for you guys? Who are some of your key players for today?
Well, some of my key players are, I'm really banking on our opening Fahad Babar. And the way rest of the people have been performing, if they just chip in, play like a team, small bunch of time, if they perform in those areas, I think we'll be on the top. I'm pretty confident.
Awesome. And any changes to the side today?
No changes. Same thing.
Perfect. All right. Good luck, sir. Well, there you have it. The Chicago Kings have won, and no surprise after what they did yesterday that they've chosen to bat first. Almost in readiness for the start. The Kings winning the toss, deciding to bat. Let's have a look at the playing 11s for the Chicago Kings. Ramiz Raja, the skipper. Saad Ali, well, we know how damaging he can be with the bat. Asif Mahmood, Usama Balak, Ashok Sandhu, the left-arm spinner. Faraz Ali, Anwar Ali Khan, Ahmad Alam, Hassan Mohsin, Niaz Khan, and Abdurrahman.
Chicago LIV legends playing 11 for the finals.
Well, we'll try and get that 11 back for you, but Sunil, welcome.
Morning, Jamie. Top job at the toss today.
Thank you. Two great captains out there in the middle. Ramiz Raja and Mohan Baba have led their teams so well to get to this point, the grand final of the CAD Engineering Liberty Cup for 2025.
Let's have a look at the playing 11 for Chicago LIV legends. Anas Mahmood, Shahid Hassan, Sadaf Hussain, Moin Babar, the captain, Fahad Babar, the vice captain, Mohammad Zaid Alam, Malik Asad, the left-arm spinner, Saeed Shuja Akwi, Zishan Maqsood, Khwaja Raza Ali, and Naunak Sharma.
So the Kings winning the toss and electing to bat first. Probably the most unsurprising thing that we'll hear all day. Of course, we watched them in yesterday's semi-final put up 239 for 5 in a 17-over match. Quite incredible, Sunil.
Absolutely. The LIV legends beating St. Louis Americans by 52, while the Kings got the better of the Chicago Incredibles team by a huge margin, 106 runs in the second semi-finals yesterday.
As we see the first ball of the final, and it's going to be an outside edge. Whoa, and it beats the man in the deep as well. So boundary off the first ball, but it was a false shot.
Absolutely brilliant start by the bowler, and unfortunately that ended up with 4 runs. And this is where I believe attacking is the best way to defend. I think early on, quality of pacers that we have seen, they could start off with a slip, but maybe they know the pitch and the conditions better and they are trying to play it safe. But what a perfect day for this finals, Jamie.
Yeah, it's a lovely day. A lot of blue sky, a few fluffy white clouds floating through the sky, and it's a bit cooler today, which is nice. The heat was quite oppressive yesterday, particularly in the middle. We're okay here, obviously, under the shelter and with a big fan blowing air in our direction, but it was very warm yesterday. A few degrees cooler today, which I'm sure will please the players.
What about us? Are we not going to get the ice creams today?
We'll have to wait and see. That was a treat, wasn't it, towards the end of play yesterday. Cookies and cream and vanilla ice cream delivered to us.
Much needed calorie boost for both of us.
Yeah, it was a big day. We started, the first match started at 8:30, and we went all the way to sundown, 8:30 to 8:31.
Absolutely. I guess you've had a 12-hour work shift yesterday.
No overtime either. No tax on tips, but I guess no tax on the ice cream. That was our tip for yesterday.
Yeah, from the players' perspective, absolutely fabulous day to play. Just the one game today. They're going to give their best. They're going to be at their best this morning. And we hope that the game ends at the scheduled time, because there could be a bit of a rain forecast in the afternoon. and all of us here will definitely want this to be a full T20 finals.
Absolutely. And look, the skipper of the Chicago LIV legend, Mohan Baba, mentioned at the toss how his team have got here through, well, it's been through team play. Everyone in the squad contributing little bits. And I know that both sides have got, you know, people that contribute right through their orders. But for me today, I'm really interested in seeing the battle of the two left-handers, Saad Ali for the Kings and Zishan Maqsood for the Chicago LIV Legends. They were both superb yesterday. And as far as, you know, from a cricket fan's perspective, we hope that they both get going again today.
Absolutely, we would love to see both of them get going, both of them class acts. And here comes Sadaf for the second ball of the innings.
Stepping out this time is Ramiz Raja. Well, he got it a lot better than I thought he had. It's gone all the way for 6. So showing his intent early. Just 2 deliveries gone, already 10 runs on the board.
Well, they've got a slip on now after the first ball edge, but what a shot, making his intention really clear. But for a moment, I guess we both thought that it wasn't timed as well, but it managed to clear the ropes.
Well, the bat definitely screwed in his hand as he played the shot, which is often a sign that the timing's not quite right. But he's very powerful, this Ramiz Raja, so even a mistimed shot often will clear the boundary. Oh, that's clever. It's a man in the deep, so it'll just be the single, but just watching the ball, it was a decent delivery by Sadaf, moving away from the right-hander off the pitch, but he just guides it gently down to third man for another single.
Yep, seasoned campaigner is Ramiz Raja Jr. Oh, I get the feeling that Sadaf hasn't really steamed up or warmed up yet. Seems to be coming in and landing it, and we've seen him bowl much quicker than what he has done so far in this innings.
Ahmad to face his first ball. Yeah, you're right. A couple of times yesterday when he bent the back, it really fizzed through to the wicketkeeper, particularly off back of a length. And we'll have to wait and see exactly how the pitch is going to play today, but certainly right from the first ball all the way through to the last ball at 8:30 last night, it maintained its speed and its bounce. Well, this time flicking away on the leg side. Effortless shot. Has that gone all the way? It has. My word, it's just more of the same from yesterday.
What a shot, what a way to get off the mark. Made it look ridiculously easy. Using the pace of the ball, cleared the fence so comfortably.
In fact, I think it's been overruled and it is in fact going to be called 4 regardless. As you say, so effortless. It was like it's just shooing away a mosquito with, you know, a pesky mosquito. Amazing shot. 15 runs on the board already. And that's all there will be in the first over. So great start, for the Chicago Kings. 15 on the board after 1 over.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent start this by the Kings. And coming back to the pitch, Jamie, yes, the game finished late last night, so we had no chance to prepare the pitch. There was a bit of forecast for the night. Thankfully, the rain stayed away. So we did cover the pitches last evening before leaving the ground. And thankfully, the cloudy, overcast conditions in the night helped with less dew in the morning. So we could come in and prepare the pitch early. Did give a round of watering for it and nice roll. So it should be playing through the whole of this finals.
Well, the Cricket Club scoring app is telling us that the projected score is 300 runs from here.
I wouldn't be surprised if they get there after what we have seen, witnessed so far in this tournament. Some incredible batting display, high quality batting.
Well, if Ramiz Raja stays there for any length of time, Saad Ali comes in and does his thing. And then Hassan Mohsin, we saw yesterday, play well, it was a supporting role, but it was still an incredible knock. I think he got 46 or 48 in the end yesterday, off only 25 or 26 deliveries.
The LIV legend starting with the spin in the new ball. Malik Asad, he did bowl the semi-finals as well in the new ball.
Good start, just bowling stump to stump. What's going to be really important here for the LIV legends is for their fielders to back up the bowlers. We saw particularly late last night some of the fielding get a little bit ragged once the Chicago Kings got going. Understandable when the ball's flying everywhere, but in a final you've got to take every chance that comes your way. You've got to turn singles into dots, you've got to turn twos into ones, you've got to turn half chances into wickets. So it'll be interesting to see how intense the effort is in the field.
It's good bowling, but poor fielding. Should have been 3 dot balls in the end. The third ball going in for a single due to the misfield. Yeah, brilliant point, Jamie. I think the recovery would have helped the players, and just the one game today, so they need to be in their A game.
And as if to underline my point, we see a misfield straight away, allowing a single that shouldn't have been, and followed up by a good piece of fielding, cutting off a strong back cut.
This is good bowling by Malik. He's not giving pace on the delivery. He's trying to keep the length slightly short, not getting the batter to get underneath the ball. Let's see how this over is going to finish.
Oh, looking to go over the top. It's gone very high. The man will get back and cut it off before the rope. Of course, we're in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. There was no one back at mid-off for extra cover, so the conventional mid-off had to run back and tidy up.
There's still good bowling. He's not giving pace on the ball, and hence the batters have to generate that, and wasn't well timed on the 5th delivery.
Good bowling. Great over. Just the 3 runs from it. 2 overs gone. Chicago Kings batting first, 18 without loss.
Excellent first over this by Malik Asad. He's a seasoned campaigner too. And yesterday we were talking about left arm spinners. Some of the international teams not having just 2, sometimes even 3 left arm spinners to do that spin choke. So excellent start this by Malik.
And that's perhaps one advantage that the LIV legends may have going into this contest, as they do have a number of spin options in their side. The Chicago Kings really only have one frontline spinner in Sandhu, their left arm tweaker. Captain Ramiz Raja sometimes comes in and bowls his little offies, but he wouldn't be considered a frontline spinner by any stretch.
We've seen batters who can bowl part-time spins. They were a little bit effective, particularly the second half of the games. Afternoon games more so specific.
Well, and as if, again, to underscore what we're saying, it looks like we're going to see spin from the other end as well.
Yes, a left-handed batter who bowls spin. I think this is smart thinking.
Well, they've seen how easily both batters have dealt with pace on the ball in the first over. And that generating pace, as you said, is a bit harder, slightly riskier.
Well, the legends definitely would not mind conceding those singles at this stage in the power play.
Yeah, I think given the way this tournament's gone, anything under 10 and over is probably a bit of a win for the bowling side. This time he finds a gap on the offside. That's precision placement by Ahmad. That will run away backward a point for 4.
Excellent shot. This waited on it and placed it between the 3 ring fielders on the offside. Smart batting.
Yeah, it was a straight delivery, so it's well played, given himself room, just chopped it away backward a point, and most importantly, he found the gap.
Yep, these boundaries are definitely going to get the momentum back to the Kings. These two are experienced batters who are constantly looking to attack.
Oh, looking to repeat the dose, but he's got a fine touch through to the keeper. Umpire Martina Namdar raises the dreaded finger. Khawaja Raza gets the breakthrough.
What a time to get the wicket. This is smart bowling by the legends, bringing the second left arm spin option in the power play. Did concede a 4 and then almost a similar delivery, looking to give room. This time maybe looking to hit a little bit more harder, and a good take by the keeper.
Yeah, very well taken. Under edge by the looks of it. Never easy standing up as a keeper. But actually the standards of the keeping in this tournament have been very good overall. Not something that US cricket has necessarily been known for over a long period of time. But yeah, the standards in this tournament have been generally superb. And it hasn't always been easy. We've seen, you know, some tricky bounces and some wide swinging away down the leg and the offside for 4 wides from time to time. But yeah, the standards have been great. We've seen some good stumpings, and on that occasion a very good catch behind the wicket, standing up to the left arm spinner.
Yeah, my memory of this 2025 Liberty Cup would be the first game of the tournament. We had the Pacers Academy, the team from Australia. We had a young 17-18-year-old left arm pacer bustling in. The first ball was a bouncer not only to the batter, to the keeper who was standing on the 30 yards. That was an amazing sight to watch.
Yeah, it's been great seeing the young talent, the young US talent, mixing it up alongside some seasoned campaigners from the likes of Pakistan and other parts of the world. They've held their own, the young US players. Saad Ali out to the middle, he gets underway straight away. And this could be the crucial partnership.
I'm sure he's going to watch it like a football after his knock yesterday. What a knock that was. Yes, coming to your point, it's absolutely incredible for some of the younger players. Imagine Mitanj opening up with Noman Anwar, on and off the field. It's going to be huge learning. And the best part is he's watching him from where he can watch him closest.
Absolutely. Best seat in the house, as they say. So Khawaja Raza, a couple of deliveries left in this, the third over. He'll want to get out of this over without too much scoring, maybe just a couple of singles. It's been a good over today. Obviously taking the wicket was huge.
Yeah, this pair's going to be the key for the Kings, Jamie.
Perhaps looking to be a little bit too cute there was Ramiz Raja. There was only really ever going to be one. Perhaps if he had tried to hit it a bit harder, might have got past that man. Had a short, fine leg.
Once again, Saad looks so calm and composed, and yet he's a fierce competitor. He's absolutely determined, and this passage of play is crucial for both these teams.
And a good end to the over. 25 for 1 after 3. Successful over for Khawaja Raza. We'll wait to see if they continue to go with the left arm spinners. Seems to have been a good tactic so far. The one over of seam going for 15 runs. Just 10 runs total from 2 overs of left arm spin and the wicket. For those tuning in to the broadcast, there's two batters in the middle, Ramiz Raja and Saad Ali. Can be incredibly destructive on their day. They've shown it throughout this tournament. Of course, Saad Ali, the big 100 yesterday. Ramiz Raja's already hit one effortless 6 and another 4 in his 14.
Well, it's interesting that the legends have stuck on to their left-arm spinners despite the fact that Saad Ali is at the crease. But I think they're still doing the right thing, taking pace off during the power play, not allowing the Kings to get off to a blistering start.
Yeah, like I mentioned, this could be a huge advantage for the LIV legends. Oh, big shot down the ground, just over pitching, allowing Ramiz Raja to free the arms. And look at how effortlessly he did that.
That's a classy shot and a shot of man in form. Look at that. Not stepping down, staying on the crease, just extending his arms, clearing the bowlers right over the bowler's head comfortably.
Yeah, almost off the toe of the bat, it still lands just inside the rope. Another 4, flirting with the boundary line. It just constantly seems to be delays in between deliveries at the moment. We've already been going for 21 minutes. We're only through 3.1 overs. So players and umpires going to need to speed things up a little bit.
Absolutely, and with spin at both ends, I think it should have been a couple of more overs at this stage of the game.
Of course, the ball, once it crosses the rope at that end of the ground, into the far side of the ground, ends up going into the bushes on most occasions, which does cause some of these delays, which can be frustrating. We had a big delay between the first ball of the game and the second ball of the game. Another delay now. Back at it now. Oh, wide down the leg side. Lucky for the keeper, he didn't go through with the shot. He might have got a bat in the head there. Wide is called.
Oh yeah, Ramiz is having a big smile on his face. He did trip over that pull shot. But yeah, I mean, there's no excuse this morning. You're fresh. You need to be moving quicker.
Another shot down the ground. It's going to be the same result. Another ball into the bushes. Perhaps we need to get some of these young kids from the ACAC Academy standing down there, fielding the ball beyond the boundary rope. Otherwise, this match, which should really go about 3 hours and 20 minutes, might go longer than 4 hours.
Watch the replay here. Once again, anything pitched up, I think they've been very severe. Assad should quickly move on to bowling for the cut, probably have a sweeper and not give the batters room to extend their arms straight down the ground. But yeah, great point, Jamie. I think they could also enjoy the quality of batsmanship that we've seen, and also, of course, help protect and retrieve the balls.
I think one of the other challenges is there's some fibre optic cable for the broadcast team running down in that part of the field. So we don't want too many people walking over those precious cables. Studio 7 crew from Chicago bringing us these pictures, pulling on this occasion, finds another gap in the deep. And on this occasion, the covers prevent the ball from going into the bushes. So third boundary of the over, and this over of left arm spin is proving to be very costly, just a bit too short on that occasion.
Anything pitch stop, Ramesh has been so severe. What a class batter he is. And the good sign is he's scoring on both sides of the pitch and both on the front foot and back foot. I mean, that's quality batsmanship here by Ramesh.
Yeah, and it still feels like he's playing within himself. It doesn't feel like he's really into top gear. It's just waiting for the right deliveries. Picking the gaps again, over pitched. Of course, there's no one back with the field restrictions in the power play.
Yeah, poor bowling. This once again pitched up when you know Ramesh has been so severe on anything pitched up. Have a look at the replay. Yep, slower delivery but pitched right up, and he had no trouble putting that away.
He's hoping to get a bit of grip on the surface as Malik Assad. Maybe to tempt Ramesh into a false shot, but he's so confident in swinging through the line because of the true nature of the surface. Maybe in the second innings we might start to see a little bit more grip for the spinners, but certainly fresh wicket this morning, freshly prepared at least. There's not a huge amount of turn on offer.
Thanks, Jamie. I'll shamelessly take all the credit for that.
As you should. So Assad, 2 deliveries left. Can he stop this flow of runs? Oh dear, he won't on this occasion. They'll probably just get the 2. Lucky to get away with just the 2. It was short, faster. Maybe got on to Ramesh a bit quicker than he thought.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's not going to be easy for Malik. These are 2 high quality batters and they have so much first class experience coming from the subcontinent. They are top batters against spin bowling.
Oh, gets away with that one. Looking to pull again. So an over that Malik Assad would like to forget or like to have again ends finally. Ramesh Raja has raced to 32 off 14, and the Chicago Kings 44 for 1 after 4 overs.
I sometimes wonder if you're up against such quality batters, you got to do some insane things. Like I would give an example, like the Bahrain team was playing a finals versus Malaysia. In Malaysia, this was a quadrangular tournament. And Virender, the captain, let's have a look at the scorecard before we discuss on that finals.
Well, it's just early going, just 4 overs gone. We can see already Ramesh Raja has been the dominant force. 3 bowlers used today, 3 overs of left arm spin. Just the 1 pace over by Hussain. Going for 15. It looks like we're going to see our second over of pace now as Sadaf Hussain comes back for his second spell.
Yeah, I think this is a good move. We need to pick up one of these 2 batters, or preferably both. If you are a think tank of the legends, you know how destructive these 2 can be.
Quick single. They make it fairly comfortably in the end. One of the positives about Ramesh Raja getting off to a flyer like this is that it takes all the pressure off Saad Ali at the start of his innings. There's no pressure on him to do the run scoring. All he has to do is exactly what he did there, just get a single, get off strike, watch his partner whack all the boundaries at the other end and get his eye in, take his time, and then when it's his time, he can start to unleash as well. So you're right, they really need a breakthrough. They're the Chicago LIV legends.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant point, Jamie. And yesterday we were discussing as well about having 1 set batter at the crease makes a huge difference in white ball cricket.
Coming down this time, using his feet beautifully to get to the pitch of the ball. And just a short arm jab, punching it over the top of mid-on, races away for another boundary.
I was actually about to say they haven't taken any undue risks so far, but the scoring rate has been around 11 runs per over. But look at that, giving the charge, picking the ball, getting the elevation, clearing the infield comfortably for a boundary.
You can see on that replay just how controlled it was, even though he was stepping out, which, you're right, it's a little more risky. It was very well controlled. And this time wide down the leg side, and that extra will bring up the 50 for the Kings. So they're off to a flyer again. Maybe not quite so pronounced as yesterday's start, but still 50 for one just at the start of the fifth over is exactly the sort of start I'm sure they would have been hoping for.
Yep, most teams would take that start, Jamie, in a finals. 4.2, 50 for one, and two of your top batters at the crease.
Chicago LIV legends dug out there. Not looking overly concerned at this stage. Oh, this time dug in. Might be called wide, and it is just a bit too short. That just shows what he's capable of when he bends his back. Sadaf Hussain, as he said earlier, probably looks to be bowling within himself a little bit.
Yep, tall and lanky, and when he hits the deck hard, this is what the result would be. Look at that, the keeper has to jump. He's standing a long way back as well.
Short this time, pulls it round the corner. That's too easy. This is poor bowling. The runs continue to flow from the bat of the Chicago Kings captain Ramiz Raja.
Absolutely easy pickings that you can't bowl that line when you have the fine leg and the square leg inside the 30 yards. Have a look at that. Little bit of error in line, that's good enough for Ramiz.
It's so crucial to bowl to your field, particularly in the power play. Look, you can be forgiven for going for a few boundaries. Occasionally you just need to tip your cap to the batter when they play a good shot, like earlier in the over when Ramiz stepped out. But that's just poor bowling. This time, shorter one again. It's going to be called no ball, the second short one of the over.
Yep, once again, Sadaf looking to bend his back. I mean, probably the slower one and the bouncer are his only option, so to say, because these batters have been severe on anything pitched up, and the margin of error is absolutely minimal.
Yeah, I just feel like the off-cutter going across the right-hander is probably the best option at this stage. And that's not going to help either. Don't think it's going to run away. Oh, it might, you know, and it does. Again, the outfield lightning fast.
Dry and well-cut outfields, Jamie, and that is what it's going to result in. Once again, poor delivery. You can't have both the fielders in and then keep straying on that line. Easy pickings this for the batters.
And it's been the extras that have been so costly in this over as well. 3 of them, 2 wides and a no ball. Means this over will be at least 9 deliveries long. And he's now gone for 31 off 1.4 overs, has Sadaf.
Not the start you would want from your premier pace bowler.
No, and it's going to make Mohan Barber think twice. Oh dear, that's got him right in the side of the head, I think. Looked to sway inside the line of it. Got in a bit of a tangle. Actually, it's hit his watch
Whoa.
by the looks. I thought it was the clips on the side of the helmet that went flying. Let's have a look at the replay. Bang. Apple Watch goes flying. Hopefully he's got some insurance.
They did get into a very, very awkward position, not watching the ball till the very end. That was good bowling by Sadaf, bringing it back into the right-hander. And what was good to see was the concern of the other players, right? Immediately they rushed to Ramesh to check if he was doing all right. That is what this game is all about. Play hard, play fair, and along the way, you remember the players and friends and the memories that you have created through this glorious game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's baked into the laws of the sport, isn't it? The preamble to the laws, the spirit of cricket. Respect the game, respect the officials, respect the opposition. Good to see on that occasion. But he's okay, is Raja. Not sure his Apple Watch will be okay, though.
End of the over, 5 gone, 60 for 1.
I mean, perhaps you can answer this for me. Is it common for a batter to wear a watch out in the middle?
Not really, not definitely during our days when we were playing, but now I guess everything gets monitored. The calories you burn, and probably it helps them recover. You have these smart watches where they kind of they need the data right through the day, during activity and even during rest. So you see a lot of the international cricketers too these days having their smart watches or devices to capture data.
Yeah, that makes sense from a fitness tracking perspective. There are alternatives to watches, though. There's the rings and there's the wristbands. I mean, it may have been one of the wristbands, but it looked to me like it was an Apple Watch. I'm surprised he's got it on his left arm. You would think as a right-handed batter, maybe for the purposes of when you're batting in the middle, you might wear it on your right arm just so it's less in the firing line.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense, Jamie. You would rather wear it on the bottom hand where it's not directly exposed to the bowler or the ball.
Anyway, I'm not one to talk. I recently smashed my iPhone because I had it in my pocket when I was coaching. So,
well, let's call it occupational hazard.
That's right. And the skipper, Mohan Baba, has brought himself on. I don't mind this move, actually.
Yep, his action does remind us of Shahid Afridi, and especially the arm balls that he bowls, very, very similar. Probably has modeled his arm ball against Afridi.
.60 for 1, the start of the 6th. Last over at the power play. It's getting a nice bit of drift there, away from the left-hander.
The Kings haven't shown any sense of urgency, but they've still managed to comfortably keep the run rate over 11, Jamie.
And this time finds the gap in the offside. That'll be 4. Just a simple cricket shot onto the back foot, punching it through the gap on the offside.
What a shot. Never easy piercing that gap between extra covers and mid-off on the back foot. Have a look at that. This has class written all over.
Yeah, ordinarily you'd expect that shot to go squarer, but he's recognised that the gap was a bit straighter, hit it a little bit earlier than perhaps he ordinarily would have, and it beat the man at extra cover to his left. Pulling on this occasion, that'll be back-to-back boundaries.
Poor bowling once again, pitching it short, and the ball sits up nicely, and a player of Saad Ali's class is never going to miss out on these opportunities.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday by Mohan Baba. Bowls a couple of very good deliveries in and over, but then he tends to err on the shorter side. And good players, that's meat and drink. They'll put that away all day.
A absolute half tracker, that easy pickings this for the batters.
So concerning signs for the Chicago LIV legends, with both Saad Ali and Ramiz Raja getting a start to their innings. This partnership, it's already worth in excess of 50. Ramiz Raja obviously doing the bulk of the scoring.
Yeah, and that has given Saad enough time to settle in, take his own time. He's in no hurry.
This time he does find the extra cover fielder. It will end the over, just the 8 runs from it, so perhaps not a bad one in the end from Mohan Baba. The end of the power play, 68 for 1, the Chicago Kings.
Yeah, got away with the last one, another half tracker. Saad couldn't find the gap on that occasion. Still a very, very positive start for the Kings, going at 11.33 and over. And we know they can bat deep, and a partnership at the top between these two can really set them up for a score over 200.
Just a reminder, you are watching the grand final of the CAD Engineering Liberty Cup USA 2025. CAD Engineering, the title sponsor. Platinum sponsor, LIV Wellness Lounge. The silver sponsors, 9 Sports, MyGo Consulting, ProMotion Physical Therapy, and Sports Nection. And collaborating partner, ACAC, the American Cricket Academy and Club, which is also the fantastic ground that we find ourselves at. The Liberty Cup USA 2025 is streamed courtesy of the broadcast crew from Studio 7 Chicago. A huge thanks to our umpires, the 2 standing in the middle at the moment. As this time there will be a single out to the man in the deep on the offside. 2 umpires in the middle, Martin Anamdar and Chirag Vaswani. And our 3rd and 4th umpire, Go Vasant and Mushir Laliwala.
Yep, the officials have been amazing right through this tournament. Their game control and decision making, have been particularly impressive.
As we said on a couple of occasions yesterday, these sorts of events, it takes an army of people coming together. Let's not forget all of the local volunteers and helpers and just folks associated with ACAC that haven't necessarily had an official role but have just been here to help out, serving food and scoring and cleaning up and providing us with ice cream, all of that important stuff.
Yeah, we've really enjoyed the hospitality here at ACAC. The food, the drinks, they keep flowing, and I guess these are memories, Jamie, more than what happens on the field.
Well, you get to experience this hospitality all the time, being that you're based here. I've got to ask, how are you not hugely overweight?
Well, you've seen me down the markers roll as well. So there's lots of physical activity going on here. We have 4-hour summer camps, and that's a quality 50 by Ramiz. Have a look at that shot. Effortless elegance once again, going inside out, comfortably clearing the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, there was a bit of risk in that shot too. He stepped out and took on the fielder in the deep, but cleared him. And when you're hitting the ball that well, I guess you have the confidence that it doesn't matter where the fielders are. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, you're right, inside out. We saw a couple of those shots yesterday. One-handed, reminiscent. And this is going back a fair while. Lance Kens at the MCG, I want to say in 1983, 1984, where he hit 6 sixes, 3 or 4 of them one-handed against the great Dennis Lilly.
Wow, knowing Dennis, I used to play for MRF.
Oh, that's a big moment. breakthrough. He's tried to repeat the shot going inside out over the offside, but he got the outside half of the blade and it screwed away to the man at deep backward point, who in the end took a very comfortable catch.
What a big wicket and what a time to bring it. This is excellent bowling, still giving it loop, not afraid to toss it up, enticing the batter to go over once again. A simple catch in the outfield. The Legends pick up their second wicket. And what a big wicket it is.
Yeah, probably just in time. You got the feeling that if Ramiz and Saad were together for too much longer, it was going to get very ugly for the LIV Legends. But they're a good side. They know that if they just continue to do the basics well, eventually chances will come. And the chance did come, and they swallowed it with glee.
Credit to Raja Ali. We're talking about using part-timers, spin options, because the wickets obviously tend to slow down with a number of games played on it. I think he has been absolutely brilliant today, conceding 16 runs in 1.4, but most importantly has picked up both the wickets that have fallen so far this morning.
Yeah, bowlers at the other end have been hammered. But he's been the man. They need someone else to support him at the other end with the ball. 2 wickets down, but they're still going at 11 and a half. And Saad Ali's still there.
And interestingly, they've sent another left-hander to the crease. Faraz comes in. Well, I thought it should have been Hassan ideally. He was in good form yesterday.
Yeah, interesting decision. Maybe it is because all of their spinners tend to bowl the ball away from the right-hander. Although I thought Hassan Mohsin played those spinners beautifully yesterday.
Yeah, probably a left-arm spinner and leg spinner operating in tandem, and that's why they've had 2 left-handers now at the crease.
Just picking up the singles with ease to end the over. Another successful one. The end of 7, 79 for 2. So 13 overs left in the first innings of this final.
So youngsters watching T20 cricket is just not about the boundaries and sixers, the big hits. It's about sensible singles, putting pressure on the fielders, getting your twos. The running runs always have their and will always have their value in cricket. And going back to that Dennis Lilly, Lance Keynes, and wonder how Dennis would have reacted after what Lance did to him on the field that day.
Well, Australia won the game by about 120 runs, so I don't think he was too disappointed. It was a bit of a iconic moment in New Zealand cricket back in those days. We were very much the little cousins or the little brothers to Australia. We would always get a bit of a pasting, so we had to cling on to some of those moments. He's pulling this time, Saad Ali, and in fact, he's almost threaded the needle there. He'll get a couple of runs.
Well, what's interesting is they have stuck to the leg spin bowler despite 2 left-handers on the crease. Yes, although both of us do not advocate the theory that leg spinners and left-arm spinners should not bowl to left-handers. But this is going to be interesting if one of them are going to open up and take the spinners on.
Absolutely. 2 or 3 short deliveries in Baba's first over that were costly. Let's see if he can get his length right. Oh, I thought there might be a half chance there, but he got it over the top, did Saad Ali. Clever use of the wrists. That's a boundary.
I think the form that he is in, even the edges will ply to the boundaries. And going back to your game about the New Zealand and Australia, Dennis Lilly, what a legend.
the replay. Yeah, just slicing underneath it, ensuring that it cleared the inner ring. And once it beat those men behind point on the offside, it was always going to race away.
I've had the privilege of watching Dennis Lilly from close quarters as a coach at the MRF Pace Foundation. I used to be employed with MRF at one point of time and used to play club cricket in Chennai for them. He has contributed so much to fast bowlers around the world.
One of the most beautiful fast bowling actions of all time, you'd have to say. Dennis Lilly, Alan Donald, Richard Hadley, some of my favourite bowling actions. And then for a more slightly unorthodox action, I love Jasprit Bumrah. Love watching him operate.
I would like to tell you one instance about the great Sir Richard Hadley. I'll come to that in a moment. He was visiting with one of the New Zealand development squad to Chennai.
They might come back for two here. They don't in the end, but they probably should have.
Yep. Good bowling by mine. And look at Saad. He hit a 2 in the second. He hit a first delivery, sorry. He hit a 4 in the second, and he's working around. This is classic batting. You know, he is so calm and composed and just responds to the ball that is being delivered. High quality batting.
Yeah, it's almost a contrast of styles, isn't it? Ramiz Raja was going at 11, 12 and over, mainly hitting boundaries with a lot of dot balls in between, whereas Saad Ali, well, you see there, no dot balls yet in this over, just the one boundary, but still keeping up with that 11 and a half run rate. It's what we call batting efficiency.
Good way to end the over. Just a single, I hope. Yes, it is. This is good bowling by Moin. Yes. We also know that Saad Ali has multiple gears, Jamie. He can really up the ante as and when required. End of over number 8. The Kings are 89 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Well, this is setting up very nicely for the Kings. Solid foundation laid, not yet at the halfway point. Saad Ali, well, he's got himself in. He'll like to kick on like he did yesterday. Still plenty of batting to come as well. The Chicago LIV legends, they need to find some bowling partnerships that are able to keep this run rate in check, and ideally take a couple of scalps.
Yep, the Kings will want Saad to definitely bat beyond the 15 overs, and then it will give him and the team a huge launch pad to finish the last 5. Going back to the story about Sir Richard Hadley, I was so amazed with his humility, Jamie. We played a 3-day game, and you won't believe, at the end of every day, he would pick up water bottles and thrash in the dugout. That for us was such a lesson. He is a living legend. And for someone like him to come in and clean up the dugout, that was truly inspiring.
Well, that's good to hear. New Zealand prides itself sometimes too much in its humility. Of course, if there's one thing New Zealand is incredibly proud of, it's our national rugby side, the All Blacks, who have had perhaps one of the best records over many years of any team in professional sport. And they've had long had a mantra which is spread throughout, perhaps as reflected. Oh, great shot here, back cut. Just placing the ball, another boundary again. The class of Saad Ali on display there.
Well, he's making it look so easy. Look at the way he waited on it and knew exactly where the gaps were.
Yes, there's a mantra in the All Blacks squad. It's called sweep the sheds, and basically it's exactly what you're talking about. Doesn't matter if you're a 100-test veteran that captains the All Blacks, or if you're a brand new All Black playing your first test. Everyone should be sweeping out the changing sheds and cleaning up after themselves at the end of play. It's about staying grounded, staying humble, recognizing that yes, you may be at the top of your game right now, but you're standing on the shoulders of giants that have come before you. You're wanting to keep, you know, the jersey respected and in a better place than when you came into the side. And I think that's a great lesson, not only for young sportsmen, but also just in life.
Yeah, they're doing this nicely now, these batters. No trouble whatsoever, knocking it around, getting the easy boundaries and rotating the strike well.
Yeah, well, I'll try and have a look back at the ball-by-ball score, because when was the last time we had a dot ball? Had 4 balls, now 5 balls of this over that have all been scored off. Every ball of the last over was scored off. The last dot ball, in fact, was the wicket. Incredible.
That was an interesting search, Jamie.
And even before that, we had to go back to the previous over. The last 2 deliveries of Mohan Baba's first over. And I'll take another single here, and they've put pressure on the field, which might allow the extra run. I don't think it does in the end. Oh, it will. Another misfield. So 2 misfields on the same delivery eventually allows a second run.
That's sloppy. You don't get to see this often at the level that we are playing or competing. 2 runs to end the over, 9 gone, 99 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And so they got 10 runs off that over. Calm as you like. There was no hurry, just knocking the ball into gaps. That one lovely shot backward a point to get a boundary, but the rest of it was 4 singles, misfield off the last ball to get the 10th run. Just so controlled.
Absolutely, and great day for cricket here at the ACSE Park. Have a look at the Chicago Kings scorecard so far. Ramesh Raja, a well-made 51 of just 23 deliveries. Alam did get a start, dismissed for 10 and 8. Now, both the Alis at the crease, 26 in 18 and 7 and 6. They are going to launch big, Jamie.
Yeah, it's danger times for the Chicago LIV legends. I mean, let's have a look at their bowlers. 4, 8, 13, 16 dot balls so far. They need a few more of those to try and put the pressure on. But more importantly, they need to try and get a breakthrough here. Mohan Baba to continue. Oh, they get a single, pushing it straight to the man at short cover. There's no way that should be a single. And that brings up the 100.
And 100 in quick time. We are still just in the 10th over. This has been solid batting platform set by the Kings.
Driving, little uppish. Another misfield in the deep. They won't get the second though. Yeah, this platform, you would think that from here they'd want 220 plus, which is going to be formidable.
And also, the contemporary cricket, mostly the bowlers don't bowl their third over to the same batters, if you notice.
Powerful pull shot, but protection in the deep. Just the one for Saad Ali. Might be a little bit disappointed he didn't do better with that.
He's done a decent job for his team, Moin. Into his third and conceded 21 so far.
Attempting the reverse pull, reverse sweep almost. Unable to catch up with it. Yeah, he has done a good job actually. Only going at just over 7 and over. Oh, this should run away. It's going to slow up actually, but they'll get a couple.
Yeah, not enough pace on the delivery, angling it, looking to angle it away from the left-hander, resulting in a lot of room and easy picking for Faraz to just free his arm. I think the Legends need to pick up Saad's wicket here in the next couple of overs to stay in the game, Jamie.
Well, it's interesting. Saad really, as you said, he's still got a couple of gears that he can go to. Yesterday when he was really in top gear, it felt like he was hitting the ball out of the park at will. He hasn't tried any of those sort of shots yet. This should be a wicket. It's gone straight up. Oh man, takes the catch. Zishan Maqsood made it perhaps a little bit more difficult than it should have been, but caught it cleanly enough in the end. So there is the breakthrough. Unfortunately for the LIV Legends, it's not the one they would have wanted. It's Faraz. Saad Ali remains, but it's a wicket nonetheless. So I hope that puts a brief halt to the scoring.
Yep, just like how the runs doesn't matter how they come, same with the wickets. It's not an ideal delivery that you usually pick up a wicket with, but I'm sure the Legends will take it any day.
Yeah, well, how often do you see this with the wrist spinners? It's the good balls that don't take wickets, and then they bowl the rank long hop that gets chipped up in the air, or the full toss that gets hit down the throat of deep mid-wicket. It's just one of those things about cricket.
Yeah, I guess he went into the shot too early. The ball actually was much slower than what he would have anticipated. That's the end of Faraz. Wicket number 3 for the Legends. And what a game this is turning out to be. Last 10 and they are already on 100.
Yeah, very good over for the captain. Just 5 runs conceded and the wicket. So they were seemingly scoring 10 runs, 12 runs and over at will, with very little risk. The captain has come in and made a crucial breakthrough and put brakes on the scoring somewhat, but he needs support from the other end. Looks like we may see another bowling change.
Well, it will also be interesting to see when Zishan's going to be introduced. We know he's a seasoned campaigner. He's such an experienced cricketer, both with the bat and ball. And in comes Hassan. Played a nice little cameo yesterday for his team in the semi-finals. Oh, in fact, Zishan it is.
Well, they must have been listening to you, Sunil. You picked it. Zishan Maqsood. We saw this yesterday. He got introduced late. They tend to hold him back for the second half of the innings. And he was effective. He got a little bit of tap, but he took a couple of crucial wickets as well and affected the important run out of Maiz Vikar off his bowling. Good piece of fielding in the deep, keeps the scoring to 2.
Excellent effort on the outfield, saving 2 runs for his team. Razali on that occasion. This is going to be absolutely a good contest between Zishan and Saad. Wait and watch if he's going to take Zishan on.
Oh, I tell you what, I think that was an edge. Is that a drop chance? We were talking earlier about just how good the keeping has been.
How costly is that going to be for the Legends?
Just the second ball of Zishan Maqsood to Saad Ali and a chance offered, and it goes down. Massive moment in the context of this final. This time width. Man in the deep does the work again, cleanly enough.
Absolutely smart bowling this. Let's have a look at the replay.
Oh, thick edge. In fact, that's a tough one for the keeper.
Yep. Never easy when he's expecting the ball to come in from the left arm spinner and then there's an outside edge and it absolutely deviates the other side.
Oh, because of the angle of the bat, as we see the frustration from Maqsood, knowing that was a huge chance. But you see the angle of the bat, the ball has travelled up on the angle because of the angle of the bat and where it was such a thick edge. So it's almost hit him on the forearm in the end. Really no chance.
Yeah, but Deason doesn't believe or think that way.
Of course, it has to go down as a chance. Hassan Mohsen getting a little bit.
This is quality bowling. I love the subtle variation in speed and length. What a wily customer with the ball is Zishan.
Yeah, not a huge turner of the ball, but you're right, it's just intelligent bowling, isn't it? This is a good shot through the offside. Not sure how he got it through that gap, Mohsen, but he's going to get 4 to get his innings underway. Hassan Mohsen, who was very, very effective yesterday.
Well, and also, let's have a look at the replay. It's an interesting field set. The left-arm spinner doesn't have a sweeper cover. Maybe he was looking to attack stump line, but credit to Hassan picking up the gap, and I'm sure that would be a huge release shot for Hassan.
And they still don't have a man back. We've got a wide long off. And there's a man out backward of square on the offside. But you're right, it's an interesting field. I wonder if they've got that man backward of square because of those reverses he was playing yesterday.
Absolutely spot on, Jamie. You got it right, yeah. He did show the inclination to go reverse, especially ball spinning away from him, and they have consciously tried to block that. It's terrific observation, Jamie.
Maksud himself knows all about that shot. He's very capable of playing the reverse sweep. Didn't need to play it yesterday. Played quite an orthodox innings. I don't remember a sweep of any description, in fact. A lot of controlled cover drives and back foot punches. Don't really remember many aggressive shots at all. It was just so serene and calm and controlled to get to 78 off around about 40 deliveries from memory.
Yeah, and these two complement each other well. The fact that the left-right combination, besides, they seem to have very good understanding. Moeen brings himself on to complete his spell, 4th over. This is going to be interesting. They're cruising along nicely at a run rate of 10.09. We're into the 12th over.
And that'll be 4 over pitched. And Saad Ali picks his gap. I feel like this could be a big over. There's been a couple of quiet ones on the bounce now, and I think Saad Ali's going to decide, all right, we need to up the ante here.
Yep, the run rate has dropped from 11 plus to 10 and a half.
I'm sure both batters know what a wily customer Zishan Maksud is, so they're going to target Baba at the other end. Just a single on this occasion.
Never easy for the bowler if he concedes a 4 or 6 in the very first delivery of the over. They're going to be under tremendous pressure to complete the over. And the batters will look to launch and make it a big over.
All right, how long until we see the reverse sweep come out, do you think? Let's have a look and see if they've tried to block it for Baba's bowling. They have. There's a man. He's still wide-ish. Deep backward point. So if he can get it away, fine. And the conventional sweep is on, you know. It's a man at backward square leg inside the circle. But if he gets enough wood on it, sweeping hard, backward a square, there's an opportunity. So how will Motion approach this?
Excellent delivery. This not giving any room whatsoever. On the length, good as well. He will want to finish his spell on a high, and it'll be great if he ends up picking one more at this stage, and it's going to make the game even more exciting and exciting contest.
Just chipped into the onside. Perhaps thoughts that a second might be on, but no need to risk it at this point.
We are almost in the end of the 12th. 8 more, Jamie. How much do you think they're going to end up with?
They'll be disappointed if they get under 210, 220, I think. But they're going to have to put the foot down shortly. Like you say, there's just been a dip in the scoring the last 3 overs. Pull shot. Finds the man in the deep, though. Bit of cat and mouse at the moment. Field placements have been very well thought through. It would appear to me they did a lot of scouting yesterday, understanding where these players like to try and access the boundary.
Yeah, and to your point about 215, 220, there are plenty of wickets, 7 more for this innings.
Just clipped into the onside.
Single to end the over, 12 gone, 119 for 3.
And I'm sure most of you were watching this rather than following the test match. So you probably need an update from us because you're glued to the Liberty Cup. Well, the news from Birmingham is that India have won the second test by a small margin of 337 runs.
And more importantly, Jamie, Bumrah didn't play this game. And I think it's going to give them a lot of confidence as a bowling unit, winning a test match without Bumrah's presence.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge result, really, after losing the first test. Of course, there's a number of other matches going on around the world of cricket. Australia currently in the West Indies. Day 4 of that match from St George's. West Indies need a further 244 runs to win the match in the 4th and final innings. But they're 33 for 4. Australia well on top in that particular encounter. And then from Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, South Africa versus Zimbabwe in the second test. As we see Zishan continue, just drifting into the pads, and Hassan, well, they all race back for a second. That's good running. A little bit more urgency shown by the batters, perhaps. They have finally decided it's time to put the foot down.
Yep, excellent running. They straight away putting pressure on the fielder there. Hassan knew the moment you hit that one that he's going to race or put pressure on the fielder for a 2 in the end, completing it comfortably.
Oh no, outside edge. Will it find the hands? Oh no, it's shelled. Man coming in from the deep. He got to it comfortably. And it's, I don't even know if it's touched his hands. It's just thudded into his chest. Dear, oh dear. Well, we saw a much harder chance put down by the keeper in Zishan's previous over. This was a much easier chance in the deep. But another one goes down.
Both these batters have had a chance, a lifeline.
Short, wide, slapped to the boundary. Good shot by Saad Ali. He moves into the 40s now. Danger signs for the LIV legends. And just to update the international roundup, certainly the Test cricket roundup, as we have a replay of that shot. Wow, it's just standing to deliver. Just waited on it.
Look at that shot. Absolutely pure class and timing, return all over it. Zishan trying to dart in a little bit faster. and Saad had so much time to free his arms.
Oh, swing and a miss. Right on the edge of the wide line. Got away with that.
A close call, that.
Absolutely. Oh, big shot. Doesn't look like he got all of it, though. Out. Huge. Saad Ali goes. Zishan Maqsood gets his man.
What a breakthrough this for the legends. They've seen the back of Saad Ali. He was in terrific touch. 41, in just 27 deliveries. And once again, Zishan, as cool as a cucumber, gets the all-important wicket of Saad Ali.
Well, I was just saying an over or two ago how he hadn't really played a shot in anger. It was just so controlled up to this point. And there, the first shot that he's tried to go over the top, looking to target the boundary. And it was more of a big top edge. And the man at long on just jogged in and took a simple catch.
Yeah, went way higher than longer.
Yeah, he knew. You could see there the minute he hit it, he already started walking towards the pavilion. So 3 chances of Maqsood's bowling. The third one finally gets taken.
I'm sure he would have been disappointed on missing out on yet another half century. He's been in terrific form right through the series, but what a breakthrough this by Zishan for the legends.
Absolutely. Just back to the match in Bulawayo between South Africa and Zimbabwe. South Africa batting first. Stumps on the first day. 465 for 4 with Wian Mulder not out on 264. Is Brian Lara's world record under threat?
Oh my.
I mean, he's still a long way to go, 136 runs away, but wouldn't put it past him from that point.
And what a turnaround in World Test cricket. I mean, the strike rates and the run rates have been so phenomenal. You hardly see a draw these days, which is so good for Test cricket.
Absolutely. I'd say draws used to be about 75% of the results. Can't remember when we last saw a draw. Very exciting cricket in general, and I think a bit of it has to do with another Kiwi, Brendan McCullum.
I love that brand of cricket, Jamie. They keep it so exciting.
Hasn't worked for them today, though, has it? Oh,
Well,
look.
you win some, you lose some. That's how the game goes.
Absolutely. Abdurrahman looking to sweep on his first delivery. Finds nothing but fresh air in the end of a successful over. Zishan Maqsood, 2 overs, 14 for 1. And the Chicago Kings, 126 for 4. And their run rate, for the first time, has dipped below 10.
What an over. Just 7 runs and the all-important wicket of Saad Ali. And at the right time, we were just discussing about how Saad Ali can be dangerous post 15 overs. He's going to set himself up. The legends have picked up an all-important wicket and they would want to keep this total to a sub 200.
Well, they've got every chance of doing that now that we've seen the back of arguably the 2 biggest guns in their batting lineup. Both Ramiz Raja and Saad Ali back in the hutch.
And Malik Azhar, the left-arm spinner, comes back into the attack. He's gone for 22 in his 2. And to be fair to me, he bowled in the power play, so it's not a bad figure, Jamie.
No, he had one very good over, which I think only went for 2 or 3 runs, and then his second over went for plenty. So a mixed spell, you'd have to say, so far. And we're into the 14th over now. We've only seen 2 overs of seam. To punch into the offside for a couple of runs for motion.
Well, it's interesting. They have two fielders on the offside in the square boundary. One more like a sweeper point and one like a sweeper cover. It's got to do with Hassan's ability to reverse sweep.
It's interesting field for sure. Making a couple of adjustments. Just ensuring they get the exact angles that they want. This time lays it off to the man inside the 30-yard circle, just a single.
Well, I almost thought it hit the pad for a moment. Good arm ball coming into the right-hander. Indian Hassan managing to nudge it to third man for a comfortable single.
Yet to see an umpire review today, Sunil.
So far, so good, Jamie.
Well, this time, chopping it away behind square in the offside. That'll race away to the boundary. Abdur Rahman with his first runs.
Yeah, nice way to get off the mark, and he's doing the right thing with Hassan kind of playing the sheet anchor on the other end. I think Abdur should now take on the bowlers.
Yeah, just offering width. Able to lean back on it and pick his gap.
Once again, excellent bounce on that occasion.
Oh, he goes for the reverse, and he gets it very well. Almost the same spot that the previous shot went, but a completely different execution.
Smart batting this by Abdur. Hit a cut four and was waiting for the bowler to pitch the length up. Let's have a look at the replay. Quick to seize on the length. That's the previous one. The one he cut for a boundary.
Yeah, it'll be a fascinating comparison to see those two shots side by side, accessing the same part of the ground, but completely different techniques.
And puts Malik Azhar under immense pressure.
Goes again, this time doesn't make contact. Be disappointed because it was right in the spot.
Yeah, furious that he missed out on that occasion. This is the previous delivery that he connected so well. Smart batting.
This time he just tucks it around the corner. They'll look to come back for two, but no, settle for the one. End of a pretty good over. 12 runs from it. Chicago Kings 138 for 4 with 6 overs remaining in the first innings.
Just stepped themselves up so well in this game, the Kings. They need to finish strong. I'm sure Abdur has made his intent very clear. He seems to be the guy who's going to take on the bowlers, while Hassan will look to hang in a little more longer.
Maksud will continue. Twelve of the 14 overs have been spin. 4 of them leg break googlies, sliders from the captain Mohan Baba. The rest of them left arm orthodox. Oh dear, that's skewed away off the outside edge, but it could be a boundary. It will be. It's going to race away. Unlucky for Maksud. First ball of the over as well.
Lucky 4 runs for Abdur, but the Kings will take it nevertheless. Once again, such good bowling by Zishani. Extremely anticipated what Abdur would be up to. Holding the line and length beautifully.
Dear, oh dear. Attempts the reverse again. Another swing and a miss here. I think it will be buys. No signal. So maybe an under edge or a thin outside edge on that occasion. Just struggling to get a solid contact. Driven down the ground, just a single.
Well, at this stage of the game, this seems to be a decent over so far. Mind you, the first 4 was an edge, and it's 7 out of 4. And I'm sure Zizan wouldn't mind conceding a couple of singles to end the over at this stage of the game.
Yeah, well, 3 of the 4 deliveries have been false shots. Just that last single, a push down the ground. Maksud being very deliberate with his field placings. He wants to get it exactly right. Hassan on strike. And there's the reverse. We've been waiting for it. And he gets it exactly right. They brought the man up. He recognized it. And he's executed to perfection.
Brilliant batting this by Hassan. Such a smart operator. He saw the field come up, seizing the opportunity. Have a look at the replay. Getting into the position so fast, Jamie. We spoke about how batting is all about getting into the right positions.
Well, Maksud almost got outfoxed there, didn't he? This time, conventional sweep. It's an under edge. They'll just get the single. That brings up the 150 at the end of 15. And even with my limited math experience, I can work out the run rate without having to look. It's exactly 10.
Sure you can, and your breakup in the run chase yesterday was spot on. The way they should have approached ideally, and an interesting observation in the past couple of overs, Jamie. Let's have a look at the replay here. Again, the reverse sweep is so quick to get into that position. Absolutely brilliant batting by Hassan. It's like the run rate has been dipping. It was like 11, 11.3, and then it came on to 10, and then it came on to 9, and now it's fluctuated back to 10. So these last 5 overs, I'm sure they want to keep it at minimum 10, and a couple of big overs like around the 15-run mark.
So it looks like we might finally be going back to some pace. It's been 13 overs of spin of the 15 bowled. Just a couple of overs of pace from the left arm seamer at the top of the innings. But we are now going to see Syed Shujan to bowl some right arm pace. Can't be too many T20s international in history where the first over of right arm pace bowling is not until the 16th over.
Yeah, you don't get to see that too often. But it's strange that I think he's going to rely a lot on his Yorkers, back of the arm slow ones and bouncers and the slow bouncers to keep the variation going. But he has his task cut out. There are two set batters, Abdur 16 in just 9 and Hassan 17 in 12.
So Shuja Nakvi, as he's more commonly referred to. Absolute stalwart of American cricket. Oh dear. Big loopy full toss first ball. Gets away with it though, just a single.
Yep, Hassan had a little bit of premeditation, looking to give the charge straight away to the pacer in his first delivery.
Looked like a very stiff first delivery, didn't it? Just almost just going through the motions, just trying to land the ball instead of coming in and getting any sort of energy through the crease, which is very un-Shuja Nakvi-ish. Usually every delivery is 110% effort. Perhaps a little bit stiff after a long day yesterday. This time pushed wide. Oh, could have been a run out. The batters also run straight up the middle of the pitch. Eventually the umpire signals wide.
Yep, 2 runs on that one, angled way outside for the left-hander. It's never easy coming in this late in the innings, especially with the left-right combination. And I would call the pacers as steam engines. They pick up steam after a couple of deliveries. Look at that, way too outside.
Struck the batter this time, attempting to pull. They'll run what I think would be signalled a leg by. No.
Jimmy, we
Yes.
have seen that when the ball's being hard and new, the runs seem to be flowing much easier than it gets slightly older and softer.
Not sure what's going on there. Field is moving just as the bowler was about to deliver. Perhaps they realised just in time that they had too many men outside the 30-yard circle. It would have been called a no ball.
Yeah, got away at the right time.
Another full toss. It's getting a bit of movement though as Nakvi, just making it hard for the batters to get it right out the middle of the blade. But yeah, you're right. I mean, just the indication, given the amount of spin bowling we've seen, is that pace on is much easier for the batters.
Yeah, at least some contest between the bat and ball. It can't be all bat all day. Wild swing from Hassan on that occasion, nowhere near the ball and missed it completely. She's good bowling by Syed. Been a quiet over so far, Jamie.
Yeah, he's done well as Shuja Nakvi. Players have just struggled to pick up the line, get it cleanly out the middle of the bat. 2 balls left. Oh dear, he has struggled with his line though, and they've run a couple of cheeky extra runs this over.
Excellent running this by Abdur, was always ready with the start. Once again, it's 2 runs off the wide. Excellent cricket this by the Kings.
Yes, it's 6 runs off the over in terms of the bowler, but it's 7 runs total with the leg bye as well. Oh, swing and a miss. Just angling it across the left-hander. Good delivery.
Excellent delivery once again. Bounce and carry and looking to angle. Never easy to adapt the line when there's a strong left-handed, right-handed combination going. Syed has managed that well so far in this over.
Oh dear, that should be called a no ball. It's a big high full toss. They'll cross for 1 and the no ball. So 2 runs and an extra delivery. So struggling with his control, Shuja Nakvi.
Can we call this as commentator curse as well?
Yeah, we have been complimenting him. It hasn't been a typical Shuja Nakvi over though. He has sprayed it. He's just gotten away with it. I think the inconsistency of his line and length has made it hard for the batters to pick up exactly where he's bowling.
And doesn't seem to be steaming in as well.
Oh, good shot. Is that going all the way? Yes, it has. First 6 we've seen in quite some time. In fact, the last 6 may have been hit by Ramiz Raja, you know.
What a pickup shot that was. Poor bowling though. Nevertheless, a great pickup shot. Just watch how still his head is. He's using his wrist, getting the bottom man into play and sending her right into the woods. What a shot. It crossed the boundary by a long way.
Yeah, the last 6 was in the 7th over, struck by Ramiz Raja. And when you think back to the way their innings unfolded yesterday, where they were raining 6s, particularly from the bat of Saad Ali, I think he hit 10 in the end. It's been relatively quiet in terms of 6 hitting.
Yeah, absolutely good batting this by Hassan. 24 of just 16. Well placed for the last 4 overs. 16 gone, 165 for 4.
Yeah, they'll be still targeting 210 plus. The LIV legends just hanging in there. Just as they claw their way back in, though, a boundary or 2, and feels like the Kings are starting to pull away again. This will be the no ball call. Yeah. Big no ball.
Yep, definitely over the waist.
Sadaf Hussain back for his 3rd. Oh, big swing. It's got a lot of height. Has it gone far enough? Yes, it has. So back-to-back 6s.
What a way to start the overs. Abdur getting into the line. Sadaf has been extremely expensive today, conceding 31 in his first spell, 2 overs, and welcome back with a 6 in his second.
Well, we've mentioned on a number of occasions how many overs of spin we've seen. They've gone back to the seam, and immediately they've been punished. Shuja Nakvi in the previous over, and now the start of Hussain's 3rd. Wide this time, and they're going to steal another bye.
This is absolutely smart cricket by these two. Abdur and Hassan straight away setting out for that run. This is not the first time, in fact this is the 3rd time that they've taken the keeper on.
Thought it might have been a wide as well, but just snuck inside the tram lines.
Both the batters on 24. Hassan 24 in 16, while Abdur has come in and played a little cameo, Jamie, here. 24 of just 14.
Yeah, he's done well. Oh, picked his spot over the offside, and that's gone all the way off the back foot. Over cover for 6.
What a good shot, and one more ball goes away into the woods. This is quality batting from Hassan.
And will they go back to spin after this over? I think you almost have to, don't you? Maqsood still has an over remaining. It's just too easy.
What a shot, right off the middle, and you could sense that it's going to go a long way as soon as he connected that. And thankfully they managed to retrieve this one though.
Yeah, after a few delays early, we've managed to get through this innings relatively quickly. We're still a little bit over time. Probably going to end up being about 20-25 minutes over. Oh, follows him this time, but what a shot. What a shot. All class from Hassan.
This is amazing batting. Hassan is making it look so simple and easy. Some deft touches, some amazing hits over. This is quality batting.
Stepped away to give himself room, and Sadaf Hussain followed him. Look at that, and he just opened the blade and sliced it away behind the gap, through the gap behind point. Exactly where he wanted to hit it.
Not a
4
bad
runs.
delivery at all by any means, and look at that precision batting.
Again follows him. He'll just get the single. Not able to get it away with any sort of authority on this occasion.
A big over as anticipated at this stage of the innings. Sadaf has already conceded 15 and an additional bye in this over so far. He's having an off day, Jamie. 48 in just his third over.
Yeah, it's brutal sometimes on pitches like this with batters in this kind of form for pace bowlers. I feel like we haven't seen as many pace off deliveries as perhaps we might have thought. The cutters were so effective yesterday. Perhaps they're just not gripping in the surface as much as they did yesterday.
Yep, the Pacers relying more on taking the pace off their deliveries.
Pulling on this occasion, and he finds another gap, does Abdur Rahman. So the boundaries flowing in this over. Sadaf Hussain brings up his half century. He's conceded 52 of just 3 overs. And with 3 overs remaining, well, Chicago Kings should end up well over 200 now, 187 for 4.
Once again, not a bad delivery, so to say, but beautifully dispatched by Abdur, and what a way to end this over. Big over this for the Kings.
It's funny, we talk about how you can have a lot of protection in the deep outside the power play, but sometimes it feels like there's no fielders when the batters are in such good form. They just seem to be able to find the gaps with ease.
Yeah, and what a partnership between these two, Abdur and Hassan. They've run well, they've nudged the singles around, and they've also kept the scoreboard ticking with their big hits too. This is quality batting and exactly what they would need at this stage of the innings. And now they have 3 overs left. What's the final prediction, Jamie?
214.
Well, we have 3 overs to wait and watch for that, and I'm sure Jamie gets it thereabouts more often than not.
If you look at the contrast between the boundaries that we saw struck yesterday and perhaps even earlier in this innings, a lot of it was off the front foot, full of deliveries, particularly from the seamers. Well, actually, and a lot from the spinners yesterday when Saad Ali just swung from the crease down the ground, and earlier today, Ramiz Raja swinging over the top from the crease. And we've just seen in the last 3 or 4 overs, a lot of it's been off the back foot. A lot of the protection in the deep is straight for those shots off the front foot. So maybe the fast bowlers just need to think about bowling to their field a bit better. Pitch the ball up. They've got protection in the deep. Okay, they're nervous after they saw all of those boundaries earlier, but you've still got to bowl to your field. Again, short, accessing behind square on the leg side. Hassan Motion, he's just too good.
Yeah, another new pacer being introduced in the 18th over, and what a start this once again. Getting the boundary of the first over puts tremendous pressure on the bowler, and the Kings have a formidable batting lineup. Not just brutal hitting, they seem to be adapting well to the conditions and situation.
Yeah, just getting inside the line, helping it round the corner, knowing exactly where the fielders are.
Hassan once again bringing his wrist, using his wrist to good effect. He's been amazing yesterday, both yesterday and today, making an very, very impactful innings for the Kings in this all-important finals.
Mohammad Zaid. Oh, he's going to get hammered this time for a maximum. It's just too short.
Even bigger and better this after the first ball boundary. Have a look at that. Ball being angled with some pace, and all he had to do was just give it some direction, and what a sweet timer of the ball is Hassan.
Yeah, it's just the swivel pull shot, isn't it? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's effortless, really. Again, at the start of this over, I called for the seamers to look to pitch it up more, but they've continued with this back of a length bowling, and it's proving to be very, very costly.
The run rate has climbed up nicely into the 11 per over. It's 11.37 in fact. It was around the 10 run mark most part of this innings, and they are getting it higher at the right time.
Oh, he's tried the back of the bat flick as Hassan.
That was interesting. He was looking to hit the ball on the other side of the blade.
Let's have a look at the replay. Well, he's seeing it so well, he doesn't even have to move his feet, just looking to use his hands and flick it with the back of the bat. Didn't make contact on this occasion, but it just shows the confidence of the man. Swing and a miss again. Oh, and finally, we're going to have a run out. They've attempted to take another cheeky bye. They've actually called for a review here. I think he's going to be found short by about 3 feet.
Yeah, these two have been taking their chances whenever the ball was with the keeper. Good delivery, by the way, by Mohammad Zaid. Good slower one, taking the pace off. Again, not a easy collect for the keeper. Does well to hold on to it and hit the stump, getting a crucial run out.
I'm just having a look at the bowling card, comparing runs per over of the pacers versus the spinners. Sadaf Hussain, bowling pace has gone at 17s. As we have a look at the replay, I said that he's out by 3 feet. Let's have a look. I mean, do you even need the technology when you've got me here?
Absolutely not, Jamie. That was out by a mile.
So just back to my point, Sadaf Hussain opened and just bowled another over with his left arm pace. He's gone to 17 and over. Shuja Naqvi, right arm pace has gone at 14. And Mohammad Zaid is in the middle of his first over, has gone for 15. Spinners on the flip side. Oh, Malik Asad Rafiq, he's the most expensive of the spinners. He's gone for 11. But have a listen to this. Khawaja Raza Alidar, 9 and over. Mohan Baba, 7.7 and over. Zishan Maqsood, 8.6 and over. So a stark difference between the scoring rates between the seamers and the spinners.
Absolutely. Raza Ali and Moin Baba, the pick of the bowlers, definitely for the legends today.
So Anwar Ali Khan, the new man in the middle. Saw some lusty blows from him yesterday. He'll get off the mark straight away.
Yep, tall, strong, Anwar Ali. Chance of a run out. Oh, that's a horrible miss by the keeper. Is it going to go all the way to the fence? No, it does not.
Why was no one backing up the throw?
Absolutely, and we keep emphasizing the fact that these small things make a big difference in the end.
So just an easy single ends up being 3 runs for Ali Khan, courtesy of 2 overthrows. In fact, it's been called 4. 3 overthrows. Wild stuff. This time just a single, but in the end, there we go. Another seamer going for 15 runs and over. And the Kings have crossed the 200. I think my estimation of 214 is going to be well short. 2 overs to go. I think they'll be pushing past 220.
Yep. They're all set for that 2 overs. Probably they would want a big, really, some over around the 20-run mark, so to say, at this stage. And they'll be happy with anything around the 215 or 214 that you predicted, Jamie.
They've got Rahman not out for 28 there. I'm pretty sure it was Rahman who was the one that was run out. Should be motion by my reckoning. That's still the not out batsman with Ali Khan.
Yep, look at the figures there. Very, very expensive for most part of the bowlers.
Sadaf Hussain to continue. He's taken some real tap. 52 off 3. 17 runs and over.
Sadaf not having a great day, and that's absolutely part of the game. But are the Kings running away with the score on the board, Jamie?
This time pitching it up. It's what I've called for. Just feel like you can control things a little bit better when you pitch it up. Not with poor fielding though. We spoke about it right at the top of the innings, how crucial it was going to be for the fielders to back up the bowlers. We've seen a number of drop chances. We've seen some untidy fielding in the deep. We've seen overthrows. So you'd have to say overall they've been a bit sloppy in the field, perhaps costing 15 or 20 runs, which could be a huge difference in the end. Oh, there we go. Another maybe half chance. Slides past the outstretched hands of the man at backward point. races away for 4.
Useful runs this for the Kings from the bat of Anwar Ali. He's been sent out to do this exactly.
He seems to be the pinch hitter in the lineup, doesn't he? He was sent out, I believe, a little bit earlier yesterday from memory. Played a couple of big shots. Didn't last too long, but he found the boundary on a couple of occasions. Oh, that's a great length. And again, they sneak a bite.
Excellent comeback delivery this by Sadaf after having been hit for a 4 in the previous one. Once again, they're taking on the keeper.
It's incredible tactics, really. They're just running every single delivery. I mean, I'm surprised, to be fair, it's not a more common tactic. It's difficult for the man with gloves on to throw with any great accuracy. Oh, well, he's played the shot beautifully. Unfortunately, between the bat, the ball, and the boundary were a set of 3 poles in the ground, and he's middled it straight into his castle.
Yeah, went in too far and hit it right back onto his stumps. What a little gem of an innings this has been.
Yeah, motion. What a player. Full delivery. Beautifully ramped. Straight into middle and off stump. So slightly unfortunate way to get out. But finally, the quick bowler's pitching it up. And they've got some reward.
What a knock. Very, very useful knock this by Hassan. He's made a telling contribution both the crucial games yesterday in the semis and today here in the finals.
So a new player in the middle. Swing and a miss, first ball.
Once again, look at that effort. Every time the Pacers run in and bend their back, there is a lot of bounce and carry still, which is amazing to see.
Well, that's why we're able to see scores of this magnitude, because the batters have the confidence to play through the line of the ball. They can trust the bounce on most occasions. I can't think of too many that have stayed low throughout the course of this competition. Last ball of his spell. Oh, again, bounce. I think it will be a couple of leg byes. And it will be.
Yep. Leg by it is. End of the over. 19 gone. 211 for 6.
Good over, you'd have to say, from Sadaf Hussain. Brave of the skipper, Mohan Baba, to bowl him again, considering he'd conceded 53 in just 3 overs. But he got the wicket in the over, only conceding 8 runs.
This is going to be a terrific run chase here in the finals of the Liberty Cup 2025. Coming live from ACAC Park, St. Louis, Missouri. Make no mistakes, the Legends have a formidable batting order too.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw their innings in the semi-final yesterday dominated by Zishan Maqsood, but they've got other players that can do the job as well. Fahad Barber, the ex-USA player, opening the innings. Shahir Hassan, who hasn't featured a lot with the bat, tends to bat down in the lower middle order, can give it a whack as well as a wicket-keeper batsman. So Mohammed Zaid to complete things here, and first ball is a full one on the pads. It's going to be worked around the corner for a boundary. Not the way he wanted to start.
Easy pickings. Can't bowl that with your fine leg inside the 30 yards. But what's been interesting is Zishan hasn't completed his 4, Jamie. Has he?
Just double check that, but by my reckoning, he's only bowled 3. Let's have a look. Yeah, just 3 overs. Pump down the ground this time, and it's going to be another 4, and I think we're going to have a little delay as well. That's gone deep into the bushes.
No chance whatsoever for the deep fielder. That was clubbed right over the bowler's head. Have a look at that. Getting his front leg away and clubbing it right past the bowler's head. Races away to the boundary.
Well, it was a back of the hand slower delivery, but he just sat on the back foot and waited for it. He's got a lot of power, does Anwar Ali. They have retrieved the ball. Bang! That's right out the screws. Forget about it. That's in the bushes again.
What a pick. Oh my goodness. Getting under that length, smacks it over, goes a long way, and I guess it's gone.
Why would you hold back an over of Zishan Maqsood?
Yeah, been an expensive start to the 20th over. 3 balls, 14 runs already in this over. What a finish.
Yeah, it's just putting the icing on the cake, isn't it? We spoke so many times over the last couple of days about the little things making all the difference. Like that, for example. A little misfield allows them to get back for 2. Perhaps if he picked it up clean, he might have been able to effect a run out at the non-striker's end, but another poor piece of fielding in the deep.
Brilliant finish to the innings, this by the Kings. 16 runs already with 2 balls left.
Pumped away down the ground again. Moen Baba does well in the deep, but they still scamper back for 2. That's good running. Nothing they could have really done about it on that occasion. So 1 ball left, and the LIV Legends are going to be chasing 230 at a minimum, at 11.5 and over at minimum. Another brutal display of batting from the Chicago Kings.
18 runs already, still a ball left. What a finish this has been. What a knock by Anwar Ali so far.
Pulled with power into the leg side. Man in the deep, Zishan Maqsood. And of course, he does the job. Affects the run out. Pick up and throw to the keeper's end, who takes the bails, and Anwar Ali Khan will be run out off the final ball of the innings. But what a job he did. Gets his team through to 230 for 7. Of course, the first run will count.
What a throw this by Zishan. Absolutely making it easy for the keeper to get the bails off. Nevertheless, terrific score this, Jamie. 230 is a lot to chase in the finals, but this glorious game, you can never know. It's a game of glorious uncertainties. It'll be interesting. Let's have a look at the scorecard here. All the batters have come to the party. Ramesh Raja 51 of just 23. Saad Ali another classy knock, 41 of 29. Motion a very handy 24. sorry, 45 of just 24 deliveries, and Rahman unbeaten, 28 in 15. And Ali Khan, what a knock. Just what the doctors ordered towards the finish, 30 in just 11.
Yeah, and the seam bowlers in particular took a lot of stick. Hussain at the top going for 60 from his 4. Bubba bowled well, 1 for 31 from his 4. And Zishan Maqsood, for some reason, they only bowled him for 3 overs. He finished with 1 for 26. Those two guys were the pick of the bowlers. The rest, well, the seamers, like I say, took an incredible amount of stick. Rafiq, 3 overs, none for 34. Bowled the last one. So the Chicago LIV Legends, they'll require 231 for victory. Chicago Kings will be looking to defend 230. Join us in 10 minutes for the chase and the final of the CAD Engineering Liberty Cup USA 2025.
I mean, if your premier bowler is going for 16 4, there's nothing you can do as a bowling unit, right? Insane.
I still think they should have stuck with spin in those last few overs.
Absolutely. They're not letting Zishan complete his spell. Absolute crime.
Welcome back for the chase. You can see it on your screens. Huge first innings total by the Chicago Kings. After having won the toss and elected to bat first, they put up 230 for 7. So the Chicago LIV Legends will require 231 for championship glory. The Liberty Cup USA 2025. And Sunil, they're going to have to get off to a flyer in the power play.
Yes, good afternoon, Jamie. Good afternoon, US. There's only one way you can bat when you're chasing 233.
Well, there's the intent. Big swing and a miss outside the off stump.
Have a look at that first ball replay.
Well, it was there to hit. I'm not sure what sort of shot that was, though. Should have been looking to pump it through the offside. He's tried to drag it around.
Hint of swing for the pacer, taking it away from the right-hander.
Again, swing and a miss.
Well, I think there should be some method to the madness, Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks to me like they've played around with their batting lineup a little bit. We would ordinarily expect to see Fahad Baba taking strike. He's currently at the non-striker's end. Oh dear, swing and a miss again. Again, movement from the pacer.
Yeah, you need to get your eye in no matter what you're chasing initially for a batter. Have to get used to the bounce and pace of the pitch.
Well, they can ill afford dot balls. Certainly 3 in a row to start the innings. Finally, bat on ball, outside edge. It'll fly away over the solitary slip fielder for a boundary.
Interestingly, it's been the same stroke all the deliveries so far.
He's certainly not holding back.
They need a power-packed power play here, Jamie.
This time tugs it into the leg side. Protection on the deep, so just the single.
This is good bowling and even a better field placement. You see the slip there. They're trying to attack, go for the wicket, and have the square fielder on the onside right back in the boundary.
Yeah, I like the approach from the Kings. Bit of an in-out field. Like you say, a couple of attacking catching positions, most notably the slip. Again, exaggerated movement outside the off stump. A little bit too much movement on this occasion. Fahad Baba facing his first delivery, and it's adjudged to be a wide by umpire Chirag Vaswamy. Fair call.
Do you foresee a spin start with the new ball, Jamie?
No, I don't think so. I just don't think they've got the spin bowling in their ranks that the LIV Legends did. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the entire power play of seam, especially given the start. Just 5 runs or 6 runs with the wide coming from the first over. So a good start by the Chicago Kings. The LIV legends will need to start finding the boundary.
And a lot will depend on Fahad Babar, former USA international. We know what an attacking player he can be on his day.
Yeah, he's a good player. Scored a lot of runs over a long career. Played a lot of cricket in Pakistan as well. He's not the sort of player that will come in and absolutely demolish a bowling side, but he's an effective player. He'll need support from the other end, however.
Wonder why the pass in play, Jamie. Is it something to do with the technical aspect?
Yeah, possibly. Bit of a huddle of tournament officials inside the Chicago Kings dugout. Perhaps a small issue with the scoring that they want to get right before going any further. Whilst we do have the pause and play, let's yet again thank all of the support that we've had for this tournament. The title sponsor, CAD Engineering. It is the CAD Liberty Cup USA 2025. Our platinum sponsor, LIV Wellness Lounge. Thank you to Dr. Hasnain Syed. So we have a look at some of the action across this tournament. Silver sponsor, 9 Sports, MyGo Consulting, ProMotion Physical Therapy, and Sports Nection. And collaborating partner ACAC, the American Cricket Academy and Club. And all of these highlights and the live action that you've seen on your screens provided by the Studio 7 crew from Chicago. And of course the unsung heroes, the 9th team of the competition, the match officials, Mateen Anamdar, Govasant, Shirag Vaswani, and Mashia Laliwala.
Yes, they've done a terrific job right through the tournament. We've had a couple of hot days and 3 games in a day. Never easy. You know, Jamie, from your experience, umpiring is one of the toughest. It wears you both physically and mentally.
Looks like we're almost ready to resume again. 6 without loss after the first over of the chase. Mohammad Zaid Alam on 5, swung and missed on a number of occasions. Eventually was able to get a top edge down to a skinny 3rd man boundary. Fahad Babar, his partner, just faced the one delivery, yet to get off the mark. So here we go, over number 2, and it will be seam bowling from the other end as well. Anwar Ali Khan, who did such a good job with the bat late on in the Kings innings. They will sneak a quick single into the offside.
Well, a lot would depend on Fahad to give the Legends an explosive start at the top of the order, and they need it real bad. They need it now.
Drifting into the pads, should be a couple, although they'll just settle for the single. So Fahad Babar underway. Yes, I remember a contest from many years ago in a similar tournament in Houston called the Friendship Cup, which Saki Muhammad helped to put on, when Fahad Babar was batting. This time Zaid tugs into the leg side, will just be another single. Fahad Baba was batting against the ex-West Indies player Adam Sanford, who was steaming in and bowling really quick. And he bowled 4 or 5 bounces to Fahad in 1 over. And he ducked under it, ducked under it, ducked under it, and then hooked him for an almighty 6. And at the time I remember thinking, just the mentality of the guy, little guy. You know, he didn't really have a huge name in US cricket at that point. He was just kind of up and coming, but I thought the bravery that he showed on that occasion, and in the years since then, he's carved out a pretty impressive resume. But as you say, they're going to need him today big time.
Yeah, and what a good over. This has been a terrific start, just conceding 4 singles in the power play.
Well, it's been a massive contrast, hasn't it, in the starts of the 2 innings. Chicago Kings got off to a flyer. Their seam bowlers took some real tap at the top of the innings. In fact, they only bowled 2 overs of seam. Oh dear, swing and a miss. 2 overs of seam, and I think it was the first 16 overs. 17th over, they finally brought their seamers back, or maybe it was the 14th, sorry. But their seamers took some real tap at the top. So we have a look at the replay of what was a very good delivery.
Absolutely brilliant. Look at that movement after it leaves the batter and the bounce and carry.
Oh, this time he's really lost his line. Trying to push it in to the batter. Way down the leg side for a wide. Keeper managing to get across though.
Seemed like he was looking to go for a slower one, trying to take the pace off the delivery. Why would you want to do that? You've been amazing, spot on with your length. Keep hitting the length hard.
I think sometimes players are guilty of overthinking things a little bit. That's more like it, but he gets hold of it this time. Does Mohammad Zaid, and I think it's gone all the way. It has. So a good end to the over for the LIV Legends. First maximum of their innings. 17 without loss after 2.
Yep, what a way to end the over. 6 of the last ball. Let's have a look at that. Right in the slot. Manages to clear the boundary comfortably on the onside.
Yeah, it's just a pickup shot, isn't it? Got it really off a thickish inside edge, but because of the angle and the pace, was just able to flick it away, and it cleared the boundary at backward square leg. Of course, no protection out there inside the power play.
Yep, some momentum for the Legends.
Down the leg side on this occasion. Missing out really is Fahad Baba there. But it will be called wide.
I'm extremely impressed with Abdur's keeping skills, Jamie. He's been fabulous behind the wickets right through the series.
Yeah, he's probably been my pick of the keepers. Also very handy with the bat today as well.
Yeah, extremely useful contributions today.
Squaring up Fahad Baba on that occasion, but able to adjust and run it off the face down to third man.
That's the pavilion here. You can see one of our technician. Lot of hard work behind the scenes to make this coverage and the review system happen. Full marks to the organizers for going that extra mile and giving an experience both for the players and the viewers. takes the aerial route, makes enough connections. What a shot that was. Extremely quick hands and picked up the length really well.
Well, the straight pull shot. It's a nice shot when you're able to pull it off. Again, just underscoring how true this surface is. Be able to play a shot like that off Niaz Khan, who's been pretty good throughout this tournament. And he's not slow by any stretch. Oh, that's a good shout. I reckon it's sliding, though. We might be about to see our first review of the day. Or second review, sorry. We had one earlier for run out. And indeed we are.
The bowler and the keeper were pretty sure on that call, Jamie. They kind of convinced that they have to go for the review straight away.
Again, my first impression was it was sliding. He's bowled pretty wide of the crease. And his kind of delivery action, his arm comes up almost reverse angle. I don't even know what to call that. Almost inside out. So he's really pushing the ball into the right-hander. It's probably struck him in line with middle and leg. For me, it's just sliding down.
Also, interestingly, it was not out from the umpire. So if it boils down to the umpire's call.
Yeah, even if it's clipping the leg stump, it will be determined to be not out because of the initial umpire's call. So we await for the verdict. Maybe for those of you watching at home, can share your opinions. Not sure if there's an Instagram or a X or a handle or something where you can start to interact with us throughout the commentary. Maybe you could send me a message on X at Jamie Paul Lloyd. Maybe ask the commentators some questions. We'll try and read them out on air. Let's get a bit of banter happening, bit of fan engagement. And here's the replay. Let's have a look. It's close, but I still think it's sliding.
Yeah, I would say it's a good call by the umpire. Could see the middle partially and the off stump, of course. Yes, missing leg it is. Good call by the umpire.
Yeah, they've been very good, haven't they, throughout this tournament? Got probably 95% of their decisions correct, which, given the pressure they're under, is pretty good going. So Zaid survives. He end up getting a leg bye.
Hitting the hard length on that occasion, Niaz is varying his length really well today. Into his second and considered 12 runs in the context of the run chase. I think he's done reasonably well.
So Fahad Baba yet to get going. It's been Mohammad Zaid doing the bulk of the scoring so far. This time he'll have runs and he'll have 4 of them. Just guilty of drifting into the pads again is Niaz Khan. Again, not fully getting hold of it. More of an inside edge, but it beats the man at a short fine leg and races away to the fence.
Easy pickings, this kind of poor bowling straying onto the batter's pads. Races away to the fine leg boundary.
Well, currently going at just under 10 and over. The required rate approaching 12, so there or thereabouts for the LIV Legends so far. Oh, big shot this time by Babar. I think he's got enough. He has. In fact, he's got plenty. That's cleared the rope with ease. So a boundary 4 followed by a 6 to win the third over. And after 3, the LIV Legends in pursuit of a mammoth 231 for victory have started pretty well. They're 34 without loss.
That should give a lot of confidence to Fahad. He hasn't had a great run so far in the tournament. As you were mentioning earlier, he's so good, strong, square of the wicket. What a shot. It was 6 all the way from the time he hit it. And went a long way into the woods.
So seem to continue. Anwar Ali Khan. Oh dear, drifting into the pads again. It's going to be 4 more. We'll wait and see if there was bat involved or if it was just cannoned away off the pads. But it is bat. This is poor bowling by the 2 opening bowlers for the Kings. They're just guilty of straying into the pads on a number of occasions.
Yep, bat delivery to start it over with. Easy pickings for the batter.
So a good partnership to start this. Oh, and that'll be more runs. 6 of them, in fact. Just swinging from the hip is Mohammad Zaid. Got a good chunk of it, and it's flowing out towards the number 1 ground. Anwar Ali Khan on fire early. Sorry, Anwar Ali Khan getting some tap early. Mohammad Zaid on fire early. And that's gone. Almost carried all the way to the number 1 ground on the full. One of the bigger hits we've seen over the last couple of days.
Powerful strike that from Zaid. 27 in just 13.
Oh, he's tried to go again. Big top edge. Oh, I think that's gone all the way. Nope. Bounces inside the rope. It's still a good result. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for the LIV Legends. Chasing a huge total for victory, and they're off to a flyer.
Yeah, turning out to be a really big over and a much needed one. Have a look at that. Not where he intended it to go. Takes stickish outside edge, 1 bounce onto the fence.
So just trying to find the ball. It's amazing we don't actually lose more balls than we have. Most of them seem to be found, but there's some pretty thick bush and thick trees up to 2 sides of the ground behind us. And then way over to our right, which I guess from where the batter is currently taking strike is off to the offside and then directly behind the keeper.
We should definitely check with the organizers on the lost ball count here, Jamie, after today's game.
Absolutely. If you're involved in cricket at any level, you're probably well aware that the cost of balls is one of the largest expenses for any cricket organisation. So every lost ball is money out of the pocket. Or slower ball, cleverly bowled. Big swing and a miss from Mohammad Zaid, and I think his intent is quite clear. He's gone out there and he's just going to keep swinging as hard as he can, and as long as he's able to last, the longer he can last, the more the better for the LIV legends.
Yep, he's made his intentions extremely clear. Not a bad start in terms of run rate.
Oh, that's a good shout. Yes, that one looked a lot straighter to me. I think that's hitting the top of middle and leg.
Bit of heat in the middle between the bowler and the batter. Take it easy, guys. The batter's gone for the review straight away. Mohammad Zaid, I think Fahad kind of instigated him soon after the call was given to go for the review. It'll be an interesting review.
Yeah, we'll wait for the replay. Like I say, on first impression, I think this is smashing into middle and leg. Perhaps a suggestion from Mohammad Zaid that he thinks that he got some bat on it. Always hard to tell without the sound effects. So we'll wait the review. Be a big decision this, breaking what has been a very good opening partnership.
How did it look to the naked eye?
Hitting the top of middle and leg, I reckon.
Yep, the bowler and keeper were super confident. And the umpire too went up straight, making his decision. Let's have a look at the replay.
Earlier shot. This should be the one. Slower delivery. Oh, I don't know, maybe height. Well, it's been given by the review. So the partnership is broken. Mohammad Zaid, I was just talking about it. He's just going to keep swinging until he gets dismissed. And he missed a straight one and has been adjudged LBW, called for the review, but the cameras have agreed with umpire Mateen Inamdar. So a new batter will straight out to the middle to join Fahad Baba.
Yeah, good breakthrough this for the Kings. Zaid making his intentions absolutely clear from ball one. They've got off to a decent start, Jamie, in terms of the run rate, but they need to finish this power play much stronger.
Oh dear, attempted slower ball that's gone horribly wrong. And it looks like maybe a no ball. No, in fact, it's just called wide. Fahad Baba asking the umpire if, in fact, maybe they had too few players inside the circle. But in the end, it's just the wide. Well directed, full delivery, right up there in Yorker length. And ask the new player, can't get it away. And the end of a successful over. Well, he took some tap earlier in the over, but bounced back very well. 49 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, good comeback this from Anwar Ali. After having gone for 14 in your first 3, never easy. Came back, picked up an important wicket, gave the team a breakthrough. An interesting observation on Anwar, Jamie, is that he has tried couple of cutters trying to take the pace off, and they had gone awfully wrong on either side of the pitch, way wide. But anything that he's bowled seam up has been pretty good. He's bowled fast and straight so far.
So the fast bowling will continue. Asif Mahmood comes in to bowl his first over. Fahad Baba, I think he should probably be the one to look to bat through. Have the other players bat around him. This time playing the uppercut shot. There's a man in the deep, so he'll just get the single. Slightly risky when you've only got 2 players in the deep to take on one of them.
Once again, good bounce and carry, and Fahad using the width to free his arms.
I sometimes wonder if these modern day players even look to see where the fielders are. Seems crazy to me that you'd play that shot when there's a deep point in place. Contrast that with the likes of Saad Ali and Zishan Maqsood, who seem to know exactly where every player is. So we see a big shot into the leg side that's gone all the way from Anas.
What a way to get off the mark with the maximum. Hoist it over the square boundary on the onside for very well made 6 runs. This is something they need to keep doing consistently with the run rate. Required run rate well above 11 or just above 11.
Absolutely, the boundaries need to keep coming, and that's a challenge when you're chasing a big target like this. It's all well and good getting off to a good start, but it has to be maintained right the way through. They can't afford any patches throughout the innings when the run rate drops, because the required rate then will just balloon and it puts pressure on the players. So they have to keep finding the boundary with regularity.
Well, we did see in one of the semi-finals, never easy chasing 200 plus on a big game.
Pumped down the ground, and no one's going to stop that one either. Races away for 4.
What a shot, that straight as an arrow.
Yeah, and continuing to find the boundary in the power play. Just 9 deliveries left in the power play. They'll want to find the boundary at least 4 more times, you would think, in that span. Get themselves up to 70, 75 if they can. That rate required, which was closer to 12 at the start. Oh, that's going to be more runs. Might be 6 of them, in fact. And it is. It's a big one. Flicked over backward square leg. So up to 66 for 1. Only partway through the 5th over.
Have a look at that. Anas is getting better and better with every delivery, making it look so easy, getting under the ball. Look at the elevation. That went a long way. This is turning out to be a really good over in this run chase for the Legends. 17 already in just 4 deliveries from Asif.
Needs to get out of this over, does Mahmood. We saw in the previous over it was the off-pace deliveries that were more effective for Ali Khan. Yeah, blazing through the offside this time. That'll be 4 more. Stand and deliver stuff from Anas.
That's a cracker. Pierces the gap between covers and mid-off. Take that, says Anas. Have a look at that. Races away to the boundary. No time.
Well, it's exactly the start LIV Legends would have wanted. That rate required now has dropped below 11. Their going rate is up towards 14.5. Oh, that's another big one. That is monstrous. That's into the trees. As
What an over this has been. What a way to end it. This is a carnage. 27 from that Asif's over. Anas moves on to 26 in just 6 deliveries. Just what the Legends need in this run chase. Have a look at that. Getting under the ball once again. He gets the elevation every time. That goes a long way into the woods.
well, I don't think they've even bothered looking for that one. They've just replaced the ball immediately. I think the job for Fahad Baba is just to get a single here and get Anas back on strike. What will the tactics be here from the Kings? Will they look to bowl one more over of pace? Or will they bring on the left arm spinner?
Yeah, between overs 7 and 10, it's going to be crucial how they're going to keep up the tempo with the power play gone. But right now they need to capitalize on this last over in power play, and what an over they've had. 27 in the 5th over. Absolutely incredible batting by Anas.
Yeah, well, it is the left arm spinner. Ashok Sandhu, who's been so impressive. Not only controlling the run rate, but also taking crucial wickets. And this over, I think, will go a long way to determining this match, because it's within the power play, which means he doesn't have the protection in the deep. If Ashok and Fahad Baba are able to find the boundary 2 or 3 times, they might hit him out of the attack, which just means Chicago Kings have all sorts of problems on their hands. Who do they throw the ball to? He starts right on the money, chance at a run out. Ali Khan racing in from the offside, unable to hit the stumps.
Not the best of the throws. But yes, this is going to be a crucial over for both the teams. The final of the power play. A bit of a cloud cover building up and cool breeze. Some respite for the players and the audience in the ground.
Tugs it into the leg side. There's a man stationed out there. So they just amble through for the single.
Yeah, didn't time it as well as he would have wanted it to, Anas.
It's good bowling. Fahad Baba's really just looking to try and get singles, which is exactly what he needs to do. Get Anas back on strike. He's
Awesome.
the man doing the damage.
Awesome start so far by Ashok in this over. 3 runs and a dot ball at this stage is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, whatever happens from here, it's been a good over, even if it goes for 2 sixes here. It's probably been one of the better overs so far. And he can't get the elevation. In fact, he won't get a run at all.
Once again, excellent bowling. This is mixing up his pace really well is Ashok.
Oh, and it's gone through. Bit of a misfield, really, by the man at mid-on. Sandhu looks disappointed, and a boundary to end what was still a very good over. Just the run, 7 runs from it. 83 for 1 at the end of the power play.
They've done reasonably well here, the legends, in this run chase. Let's have a look at that. Could the fielder have... That should have been stopped. He's a tall lad. Almost got it, and the ball went right under the hands.
So, superb over by Sandhu. But they just don't have a lot of other spin options other than the skipper himself. Yeah, that was poor cricket. Got to support your bowlers. Done a superb job to that point. And the skipper, Ramiz Raja, can bowl some tidy off breaks, but other than that, it's all seam up. And we saw how reliant the LIV legends were on their spinners. Oh, just chipping it back towards the bowler. As we see another change of bowling. Hassan motion into the attack.
Seems like military medium and would rely more on his variations, taking the pace off.
Oh dear, it's gone straight up from Baba. And the catch taken with ease. So an ill-advised shot, really just a filthy slog across the line. And Hassan motion strikes with just a second delivery.
Let's have a look at that. That went a mile in the air. In the end, a very, very well judged catch by Ali Khan, I assume. An all-important wicket this for the Kings. They need to keep picking wickets at regular intervals to put the brakes on the run chase for the Chicago Legends.
Yeah, not a great shot. Head was all over the place. We've seen the difference from some of those experienced first-class players or top-level cricketers like Zishan Maqsood and Saad Ali, how still they keep their head at contact even when they're trying to pay a big shot. Fahad Baba threw everything but the kitchen sink at that one. He's losing his balance in the process, and perhaps no surprise that it was just the big top edge.
Yep, trying to hit it too hard. No position, no shape in the end. Huge Kaya, very well taken catch. Ronak, the new batter, in and straight away gets off the mark. Surprised that Zishan hasn't been promoted in this run chase. Left-handed batter at this stage could have been useful.
Yeah, it almost feels like they're holding him back, doesn't it? Good over this by Hassan.
Yep, smart bowling. We saw him earlier when he was batting today and yesterday. Seems to be a thinking cricketer from what we have seen so far, both in his batting and bowling.
Just 1 run conceded so far. Oh, that's a big shot. That should clear the fence, I think. And it does with ease.
Yeah, right in the slot. He was just waiting for it. Anas is not going to miss that delivery at that pace and at that length.
Yeah, just slightly over pitched. He's just held the ball back a fraction in terms of his length up until that point.
Have a look at that. He is striking at over 300. Strong bottom hand right into the slot. Take that.
Goes again over the offside this time. Protection in the deep. Man out there does well. Just the single to end the over. The first one from Hassan Motion was a successful over. You have to say it was a pretty good one in the end, just conceding 8 runs and taking the wicket. At the end of 7, the LIV Legends 91 for 2.
Yeah, good start. Picked up the crucial second wicket. The required run rate is just about 10.77. The going run rate is 13. They're well within the reach of this run chase, Jamie. Let's have a look at the worm, the brown, steeply climbing up towards the end. And interestingly, the yellow is above the brown at this stage of the innings. So they are ahead of the Chicago Kings at this stage of the game.
So going along nicely in terms of the scoring rate. With Anas going nicely and Zishan Maqsood still to come. They'll feel pretty comfortable at this point. Despite losing a couple of wickets in the last couple of overs.
I think Ashok's overs are going to be crucial here in this passage of play. He has varied his pace beautifully so far. Ronak, the new batter, along with Anas, that they need a move on here. And that's why I was wondering why, if Zishan would have been promoted, he could have probably taken on Ashok. But as you rightly pointed out, maybe they're saving him for the finish with all his experience. Easy single, nudging it on the offside, comfortable single in the end. And at this stage, the Kings will be happy to concede singles and concerned about the sixes and fours.
Big shot down the ground. Oh, and it bounces over the man in the deep. Can't do a lot about that. Clatters into the sight screen for a boundary.
A tough one for the fielder, that bit of an uneven bounce. She wouldn't have anticipated it to bounce so high, but what a good shot. Straight over the bowler's head. This is very, very good batting. Sensible batting from Anas. Already raced to 43 in just 14 deliveries.
So Anas continues his blitz. This time punching off the back foot. Yeah, he's found a gap again. Back-to-back boundaries. Just playing normal cricket shots at the moment.
That was unbelievable. Look at that for timing. The carry on the pitch and how fast the outfield was on that occasion. Have a look at that. Little bit more than a punch. Races away to the square boundary.
Inside out over cover this time. Has he got enough on it? Certainly has.
What a way to bring up your 50 honors. Take above. Quality shot, that inside out. Another big over this for the legends in this run chase. 16 of it already with 1 ball left.
Well, 53 off just 16 deliveries. Sensational stuff. And a dot ball to finish the over. So 8 overs gone, 107 for 2. They're well on track. The LIV legends. Chicago Kings will be desperate for a wicket or 2.
Yeah, 3 superb shots by Anas in the previous over. One going over the bowler's head, the left arm spinner's head, and a cut to the boundary. And inside out a big 6. This is quality striking from Anas. Hassan continuing his second over, got the all-important wicket, just conceded 8 in his first. That was an amazing counter-attack by Anas to the left-arm spinner.
And Ronak, well, his job is the same as what Fahad Baba's was, which is just feed the strike to Anas. Does exactly that, the first ball of Hassan's second over.
Yeah, Ronak doing the right thing, getting the inform in striking, Anas back on strike.
Under edge this time. Ball that was dragged down somewhat. Just another single.
Hassan's been pretty impressive in this spell so far, varying his pace and his length, not letting the batter get anything into their slots.
Slower delivery, slapped over the offside. Nice looking shot from Ronak. That will be his first boundary.
Yeah, just as I was saying, nothing near to the batter. That was right in the slot and dispatched easily over the extra cover fence.
Yeah, slower one. Let's have a look at the replay. Wide outside off. It's just a wide half volley, really. Able to free the arms. There he goes again. And he's out. Finds the man in the deep. So a wicket to Ronak. Sorry, Ronak is the wicket. Another wicket to Hassan.
What a wicket this by Hassan, and a super spell, getting his second wicket in his second over. Absolutely crucial contribution this. What a spell this has been. Ronak perishes looking to clear the offside boundary. A simple catch in the outfield to the long off fielder.
Yeah, just pace off again. Little off cutter. Saad Ali safe as houses. And you have to say it's not exactly the smartest cricket by firstly Fahad Baba and now Ronak. When you've got Anas going absolutely mad at the other end, surely your job is just to stay there and keep feeding him the strike. There's no need for those big shots from both ends.
Yep. Anas going really strong here. 54 in just 18.
And it's the man who's come out to the middle to join him. So we have a look at the comparisons. Yeah, I think it's Probably pretty close at this stage, although I think the LIV Legends are ahead on scoring rate. From memory, the Chicago Kings were just over 100 at the 10 over mark. Scored a lot in the last 3 or 4 overs. So they're off to a flyer as far as scoring goes. And Zishan Maqsood joins Anas in the middle.
Yeah, what a player to have in this situation and run chase. Tons of experience, so composed, cool as a cucumber. This partnership is absolutely vital in this run chase for the Legends. With Anas going hammer and tongs, I'm sure Zishan would love to try to knock it around and even more on the strike.
Oh, bit of confusion in the running. Almost ran out Anas' first ball. That wouldn't have been great.
Bit of a yes and no direct hit would have been interesting there, but not to be.
Absolutely. Anas survives. Wide ball slapped. Cut off by Ali Khan. So a very good over, very good second half of the over. Takes the wicket and 2 dot balls. So just 6 runs conceded. Hassan 14 for 2 off 2. And the LIV Legends at the end of 9, 113 for 3.
Absolutely brilliant bowling this by Hassan, bringing the breaks on to this Legends run chase. The required run rate is slowly climbing above 10. It was around the 10 run mark. Now it's gone to 10.73. Meanwhile, it's Asif continuing his second, and surprisingly, after having gone for 27 in his first, gets a go ahead for the second one from a skipper.
It'll be interesting to see if Anas just keeps swinging. Will the cool head of Zishan Maqsood just maybe have a quiet word and suggest at a scoring rate of 10.73 required, they don't quite have to go quite so hard at the ball. Oh dear, that's a big full toss. Likely to be a no ball, and it is. They'll cross for a single. So not a great start when you go for 27 in your first. Technically he hasn't bowled another delivery, and now he's gone for 29.
But straight away apologies from the bowler. Complete slip of the hand. Wonder what that discussion is between Anas and the umpire. Yes, free hit awarded, rightly so. Be a good release shot from Zishan, getting a free hit to strike.
Oh, swing and a miss. Well, got away with it, did Asif Mahmood. And not too often you see Zishan Maqsood miss out on an opportunity like that.
It has been a fitting final between these two teams. Both strong batting lineups. And a very, very interesting run chase on here at the ACSE Park, St. Louis.
Oh, good delivery coming around the wicket, angling into the left-hander. Looking to play it away behind square on the offside, but maybe a bit too close to the body. And zips past the outside edge.
Excellent comeback this by Asif. Never easy after you have conceded 27 in your first. He's justifying the confidence of his captain here.
Again angling in, able to work it away on the leg side on this occasion. Just the single. So a couple of good overs back to back Just bringing things back for the Chicago Kings. All of the momentum prior to these couple of overs was with the LIV legends, courtesy mainly of Anas. And here we go again. Another big shot by Anas, clearing the boundary with ease.
Brings that strong bottom hand to good effect here. Another huge 6 on the square leg fence in the leg side.
Well, they've got themselves in such a strong position in terms of their scoring. Even a couple of quiet overs just takes one hit and they're back up to scoring at 12.5 and over. That rate required still very much in control at 10.5. Oh dear, that's going to be a wide. So-called 1 for the over.
He has to finish this over well. It's a bit of pressure. Again conceding 10 runs in this over. A very, very expensive analysis so far. 1.4 only and already conceded, 37 runs.
Short ball, slower one. Didn't get it out in the middle of the bat, so just a single. One delivery remaining.
Well, the legends have done well here to keep up the run rate at 12.61, Jamie, and then the run chases seems to be kind of within reach and definitely not out of as yet.
Angling down the leg side. Appeal for LBW, but that was missing by a mile. So a leg by. Zishan Maksud just struggling to get any sort of timing at this stage. But they'll still want to see the back of him, will the Kings. And we've reached the halfway point of the chase. 10 overs gone. 125 for 3 of the Chicago LIV legends. They need to go at 10.6 from here. So you'd have to say they're in a pretty strong position. For me, it's going to come down to wickets. If the Chicago Kings can see the back of these two, they need to see the back of these two. If one of them bats for the next 10 overs, they'll win. No doubt about that. They need to see the back of these two and maybe another couple of wickets to give themselves a chance.
Yep, they should look to pick up 2 wickets in the next 5 overs, which will really put them in commanding position.
Well, there you go. Just as we were saying it, the wicket is taken.
And what a wicket to have. It's Zishan who thick outside edge, the keeper making no mistake. What a dream spell this has been by Hassan, picking up his 3rd wicket in only his 3rd over.
Yeah, he's been absolutely brilliant with both bat and ball. And is this spell the game-changing spell? Let's have a look at the replay. Well, it's just a classic nick, angled across the left-hander. Just a fine touch through to the keeper. And Maksud, well, he never really looked in great touch today, did he?
Yeah, big wicket in the context of this game. And as we were just discussing, one more before the 15th over, the Kings will truly be ahead in this game.
Could be the defining moment of this contest right there. Although, as commentators, we are prone to exaggeration. We like making bold statements.
Yep, that's been us so far, Jamie, and so far so good.
It's, of course, as you know, it's never one moment that decides a match. Every delivery, every moment adds up to the eventual result. But there are some moments that just feel bigger than others, and that one certainly feels big. The wicket of Zishan Maqsood, who was so good yesterday with the bat and the ball, was pretty good today with the ball as well, although we were surprised that he only got given 3 overs. But he just never really got going with the bat today. Oh, another one, I think. No, umpire says he didn't touch it.
One left-hander replacing another. Raza Ali almost nicked it identical. What a ball that was, angling it away from the left-handers. This is too good a spell from Hassan.
Incredible bowling. It really has been the slower bowlers that have been the most effective. The on-pace seamers have taken a lot of tap. Oh, he's just clipped that through the vacant gully region for a single to get his account underway. And there's a lot of pressure now on Anas's shoulders. Now, I've got to go back a few overs. A point I made about why Fahad Baba and Ronak just threw their wickets. And they really didn't need to. If either of those players had just played sensibly and just knocked the ball around.
Yep, Anas the lone warrior so far. Still striking at almost 300, 295 in fact, 62 in just 21. But what a spell this has been by Hassan.
And he continues to blaze away. Get a couple with a misfield in the deep. But he looks so composed at the crease, doesn't us? But the other players at the other end just keep getting out.
Excellent effort in the outfield, diving effort, and saved 2 runs certainly for the team.
Worked into the onside for a single on this occasion.
This is smart T20 bowling at its best. Hassan using the angles well for the left-handers and taking the pace off for the right-hander. He's conceded only 4 runs in his third, and what a spell this has been. 18 for 3 so far with a solitary ball left in his third.
Over pitching misfield by the captain. Concede another run, but not too much damage done. End of a superb over by Hassan. Again, he's picked up a wicket in each of his first 3 overs. He's got 3 for 19. And the Chicago LIV Legends 134 after 130 for 4 after 11.
Superb spell this, just giving 5 runs in that over and picking up a very, very important wicket of Zishan. The Legends under a bit of a pressure. They need to keep the boundaries and sixers going to stay in this, and the run rate, the RRR, is steadily climbing. It's now past 11 per over, 11.22. We know it's never going to be easy, but with Anas around 65 in 23, it's still well and truly alive.
Ali Khan back for his second spell. Took some tap early and bounced back Some clever slower deliveries. Picked up the first wicket to 4. LBW of Mohammad Zaid.
Anwar Ali brought back into the attack. 26 for 1 in his 2 overs so far. I think it's a good move. They're looking for that 5th wicket.
Khawaja Raza gets another single to bring Anas back onto strike. Exactly 100 to win from here. 53 balls remaining. No boundaries for an over or so.
Yes, and these 4 overs, the 12, 13, 14, 15, are going to be crucial passage of play for both these sides.
Smashed into the leg side. Has he found a gap? No. Just get the single.
The Legends need more than singles at this stage of the game. They need a 6 or a couple of boundaries every over.
Yeah, even with the singles, you see the rate required ticks up by a couple of points. Well bowled and well fielded off his own bowling by Ali Khan.
Good cricket all round, seam up delivery, and what a beautiful full straight face of the bat from Raza Ali, and a diving effort by Anwar. Have a look at that for quality cricket.
Yeah, the big man showing full commitment. Superb effort to get down.
Yep, never easy to go the other way after your follow through.
Back cut this time. Finds space. And that'll be a boundary, a welcome one. First one in a couple of overs.
Beautifully timed that Raza Ali, not looking to hit hard, just a bit of width offered and quickly latched onto it. Have a look at the replay. Beautifully timed. Races away to the point boundary.
Slower delivery, over pitched. Just clips it into the leg side for a single.
Anas certainly keeping the Chicago Legends alive in this run chase, and his wicket is going to be absolutely crucial from the Kings' perspective.
Oh, low full toss. Almost a return chance. And a single to end the third over for Anwar Ali Khan, and the 12th of the innings. 138 for 4, 93 further runs required, 48 balls. They need to strike at 11 and a half and over, or just over 11 and a half. They're going at just on 11 and a half. So it's all set up for a classic finish.
It will be classified as a good over in the context of the game. 8 runs when the required run rate is way above 11.62. They need a couple of big overs here, while the Kings would be targeting Anas's wicket before the 15th. So these 3 overs are going to be absolutely crucial, and more so Hassan's 4th over. He's managed to pick up a wicket in every single of his overs so far in the spell.
Yep, these are the big moments in cricket. Which team can hold their nerve?
So Hassan, it is into his final over in this spell. What a spell this has been. 19 for 3 in 3 overs.
Big shot. Has he got enough on it? I think he has. And it's another 6 for Anas. He continues on his merry way.
That's a big one too. When Anas hits, they do stay hit. What a shot. And more importantly, the first ball off the over, 13th over, and that's going to put immense pressure on the bowler. Have a look at that. Stand and deliver. Goes a long way over the cow corner.
Yeah, just missing his length on that occasion. Just too short, gave Anas plenty of time to sit back deep in his crease and pump it away over the leg side. Oh, wider of the off stump this time. Gets the toe end of the bat on it. Doesn't bother taking the single.
Yeah, Hassan did good on that occasion, taking the pace completely off Anas. More of a wild swing, getting it in the bottommost part of the bat.
So will he keep swinging here, Anas? Yes, he will. Oh, is that gone? It's gone over the rope as well. Another 6. So big over. Perhaps.
Once again, bringing that strong bottom hand, and what a flat batted hit that was. Raced away to the boundary, so flat, and cleared it comfortably in the end. The Legends chase will rest on Anas. Have a look at that. Sails a long way off the rope and flat.
That brings up the 150, and the rate required now is dipped below 11 again. Hassan, he's been so good for most of his spell. Can he bounce back in the back half of his final over?
79 of just 28. This is awesome hitting by Anas. And the Legends will want him to continue, stay around, take it as deep as possible.
Absolutely. Hassan looks laser focused. Oh, wide of the off stump. Called wide. I think that's a fair call.
Yep, absolutely right call there. No doubt on that occasion.
Just trying to keep it out of this swinging arc of Anas, but just too wide. It's the right idea. Oh, that's gone high. Has it gone far enough? Oh, catch is taken. That's a big wicket. They needed that, and again, the bowler strikes back. Hassan Mushin. Another crucial wicket for him.
What a good catch that. Catches win matches. Interesting to see the replay, how much ground the fielder covered. Kept his eyes on the ball. Excellent wicket this for the Kings.
And a 4th wicket for Hassan Mushin to go with his 40-odd with the bat. What an all-round performance it's been by him, and really his bowling, which we haven't seen a huge amount of throughout the tournament, has kept the Kings in this game. Without him, they'd be in deep, deep, deep trouble. He's got 4 of the 5 wickets to fall so far. He's kept the scoring rate under check as well. As we have a look at the replay.
Absolutely magical spell this by Hassan. Right on the bottom, goes a long way in the air. very, very well judged catch in the outfield.
Niaz Khan, the man taking the catch in the deep.
But what an awesome knock this has been by Anna. 79. Striking rate of 272.41, Jamie. Don't get to see that often.
No, superb hitting. Just about everything came out the middle of the bat, or at least near enough the middle of the bat to be effective on that occasion. Right off the toe. Actually looked to me like Hassan bowled a little seam up delivery, and he might have got just a hint of outswing, which took the ball just off line, meaning Anas couldn't get the timing that he wanted. And so many occasions it's a game of fine margins. We've talked about it over and over again, and just that slight deviation of the ball was enough.
Yeah. Is he going to finish up with a fifer? Just one ball left. And as you pointed out yesterday, the margin is very, very minimal in T20, and that too between these two teams. Fitting finals here at the ACSA Park, and I'm sure viewers joining us from all over the world are absolutely enjoying this quality cricket.
Shahir Hassan, the new player. Strong hitter of the ball himself. Hasn't had a great tournament with the bat though. And the final ball of what's been a quite magical spell from Hassan. Just the single. Here will finish with very, very good figures. 34 for 4 from his 4 overs. And at the end of 13, the Chicago LIV Legends under a bit of pressure now. 153 for 5.
Not a fifer, but what an amazing spell this has been from Hassan. Completely putting the brakes on the Chicago Legends run chase. But it's far from over. We all know that it can boil down to the last few deliveries. And I would say the run rate is still manageable. The required run rate, Jamie. 78 runs required in 42 with at the rate of 11.14.
Yeah, certainly not easy. And of course, with Hassan having now bowled out, the other bowlers for the Chicago Kings are going to have to step up. Asif Mahmood will continue. He's taken some tap. 38 conceded from just 2 overs.
Yeah, expensive figures so far for Asif. He would want to pick up a wicket or two in this spell.
Pulling. Man in the deep should cut it off, and does. Just the single.
The Kings wouldn't definitely mind these singles, but 2 new batters in the crease, Jamie, never easy in white ball cricket. Go back to our theory that one set batter, ideally the top 4 or 5, one of them should bat 3/4 of the overs, whether it's a 50 over, 30 over or a T20 game.
And how do the LIV Legends approach this innings? They obviously need to score at a decent clip, but they can't afford to lose any more wickets, really. I feel like these are the last 2 of the recognised batters. Rate required almost up to 2 a ball. So you're almost stuck between a rock and a hard place a little bit. You don't want to lose wickets, but you've got to find the boundary with regularity. Certainly extras are going to help. In fact, he's not going to call it wide. Just indicating that's the one bouncer for the over.
Raza Ali having a quick look at the leg umpire, but no signals. So a dot ball at this stage is extremely, extremely useful for the Kings.
Slower delivery, sliced away. That'll run away to the fence at a skinny third man. So a welcome boundary for the LIV Legends.
Thickish outside edge, letting go of his arms, using the width of the delivery. No chance for the short third man fielder. Have a look at this.
Yeah, well controlled. Give him the benefit of the doubt and say that's where he intended to hit it.
They need a few more of those.
Again, slower delivery. This time unable to make contact. Well bowled by Mahmood.
Excellent change in pace on that occasion by Asif. Came back strong after being hit for a boundary. It's turning out to be a pretty decent over so far. Just 6 conceded with 1 ball left.
This time slapped into the offside, and he'll find the fence again. Just too much width. A couple of boundaries in the over means they're able to pick up 10 from it. 14 gone now, 163 for 5. That rate required still hovering around 11.5.
Have a look at that, short and wide, still had to be put away. Comfortable boundary in the end. Raza Ali, the batter on that occasion. A lot will depend on this pair. As Jamie was mentioning earlier, this is the last of the recognized batting pair for the Legends.
And return of the left arm spinner, who bowled his first over with great effect and then got absolutely smashed in his second, as did all the bowlers really by Anas. So Sandhu back into the attack, and for 23 from 2 so far. I wonder if Shahir Hassan will look to target him here. He fancies himself against the spinners. Solid wicket-keeper batsman. Been plying his trade around the Chicago region for a decade. Wide, outside off, slapped away. And the man in the deep does very well to keep it to 1. Yep, does keep it to 1 in the end.
Top fielding effort, this strike strong. Have a look at that. Never easy to dive on your non-favorite side. The fielders are exceedingly well to cover that and keep it at 1.
So to stay in the hunt, they need at least a boundary and over. 1s and 2s aren't going to get them close enough. In between the boundaries, they do need to pick up those 1s and 2s though. Dot balls, as you've said on a couple of occasions, are absolute gold dust for the bowling side.
Good start to his second spell by Ashok so far. Considered just 2 in 2 deliveries. They will be searching for wicket number 6, the Kings.
Width, pumped down the ground. One bounce to the man in the deep, Saad Ali. So just singles this over. Sandhu will be happy with that. Pulled backward a square. Again, man in the deep. He's able to cut it off. So another single only. One of these last two deliveries really needs to go to the fence or over it.
This has been a fabulous over, conceding just 4 singles.
Oh dear. Chopped it down into the ground. Got enough on it though to get another single.
Excellent bowling once again from Ashok. I think the batters are looking to hit hard. They should look to pick the gap, get it over for a 6 or a 4 to end this over on a noteworthy note.
Just tucking it around the corner for another single. So 6 runs from it. A good over from Ashok Sandhu. At the end of 15, just 5 overs to go now. 169 for 5. They need 62 runs and 30 balls. And let's go with my theory from yesterday. You can score 30 in your final 2 overs with wickets in hand. So that's 32 from 3. That goes down to just over 10 and over. So that would be my target if I was these two. Just look to get 32 from the next 3, leaving yourself 30 off the final 2.
Yep, absolutely brilliant breakup, Jamie. I think that's how they should look at this. Break it down. What a good over that was from Ashok, considering the situation. Just 6 runs and all singles. Did not give the batter any chance for a 4 or a 6. The required run rate is over the 12-run mark now, 12.40. With 5 overs to go, it is still achievable, like what Jamie had mentioned about the breakup. Go 10-10 in the next 3 and look to target 15-15 in the last 2 with wickets in hand.
So Niaz Khan back. His, what I think's his 3rd spell. Clipped away behind point, just the single. Probably should have done a bit better with that. That was a full toss outside off stump.
Yeah, once again an excellent effort in the outfield, but the throw could have been better than that. The Kings do definitely not mind singles at this stage of the game. They have done well in rotating the bowlers today, Jamie. The Kings try to mix spin and pace, and what a spell that has been by Hassan, taking the pace off and picking up 4 crucial wickets. Sorry.
Oh dear, that's going to be another no ball. Is that his 2nd? No.
That could have been dangerous on the batter. It was fast and straight, targeted around the batter.
Absolutely. So we'll see another free hit. Khwaja Raza Ali Dar will be the man on strike, the left-hander. Shahir Hassan able to get it away for a single.
Yeah, this is a good delivery, good time to get a maximum. They haven't had sixers in the past couple of overs.
Well over the waist.
And of course, apologies straight away from the bowler on that occasion. A definite slip.
The ricochet might enable them to come back for two, and it will. So not too costly, but a good piece of running.
Yeah.
Means they've got 5 off the first 2 legal deliveries of the over.
Yep, should have been one. Ideally, the cover fielder, I thought, could have actually gone for the catch. Brought in the dive, and a wicket at this point of time will be perfect for the Kings.
Well, it was a free hit, of course, so even if he had caught it, wouldn't have been out, but it would have been easier to field had he taken it on the full. Pulling on this occasion, no timing in the shot though. They might come back for 2 again, and they will. Oh, a better throw, and he would have been struggling.
Yep, my bad on that one. Completely missed that it was a free hit delivery. They need some big blows. The legends in this run chase. Have a look at that replay. Better throw would have been definitely trouble for the batters.
So no boundaries yet this over, but they've managed to run well between the wickets to keep the scoring rate up. Of course, the no ball also helping. Niaz Khan coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Still doing good with your theory of getting 10 until the 18th and then go 15, 15 in the 19th and 20th, Jamie.
Again, not able to find a gap. They will get a single. Yeah, of course, if they can get more than that, then every little bit helps. But I just feel like in modern day cricket, 30 off 2 is very gettable, especially if you've got a couple of batters who are seeing it well. 28, 25 off 2, even better. But if they were to lose a couple of wickets now, the game just very quickly slips out of reach. Is this another over pitch delivery hit with no timing into the leg side?
Yeah, good delivery. That lower full toss not allowing the batter to get under. Just a single. Last ball left. Be interesting to see if the legends want to knock it around or take it on for a big one.
Oh, looking to play the ramp shot. It's probably going to be leg by, and it is. So just no timing at all in that over for the batters. They end up getting 10 runs from it. So not the worst result in the world, but pretty good bowling by Niaz Khan.
Yep, good way to end the over. See the comparison in the worms. The yellow is still above the brown. This is getting more and more tighter, Jamie.
And you've got to remember the Chicago Kings finished with a flourish. They hit a number of boundaries in the last few overs of their innings. So the LIV legends really need to keep that worm above the red line. The yellow worm. Rate required up to 13 now. 52 runs if we stick with my theory. They need another 22 from 2 to get down to that 30 required off 2.
Change of bat for both the batters, I assume, making their intentions very, very obvious. And this is going to be a crucial over. This is the spinner's last over, Ashok's last over.
Yeah, we didn't see a boundary in the last over. We didn't see a boundary in Sandhu's last over either. It was just 6 singles. He starts his final over with a single as well.
Brilliant bowling this, following the left-handed batter a little bit. The pressures on the batters for a couple of big hits. Kind of a release shots required now for the batters.
There we go. Has he got the timing? He has. Well, a well-needed 6 from Shahir Hassan. Didn't get it right out the screws, but luckily for him, he did find the gap in the deep. If he had hit it in the direction of a fielder, I think it would have been a comfortable catch. But he got it backward of square, and it just carried the rope for a maximum. Slaps it down the ground, wide of long off. Saad Ali does the clean-up job, just the one.
Extremely crucial shot this. Have a look at that. Once again, getting the front leg away. Just manages to clear the boundary on that occasion.
Yeah, no timing at all. He's just muscled it. Nice looking shot off the back foot. Oh, a fumble. Will they come back for 2? They will. That's good running. Is this the big over they needed?
This is what pressure can do to you as a fielder. Ideally should have been just a single.
Pulls nicely into the deep. Again, Saad Ali is right there to cut it off.
Excellent effort. He made it look so easy. He was so composed and judged the ball bounce to perfection in stopping that.
This is a big ball. Big ball. If you can get 2, maybe 4. Oh, he's overbalanced. Is that a wide? Oh, he's gotten away with it. Dot ball. Shahir Hassan throwing himself off his feet almost. Completely lost composure. Luckily for him, he managed to stay in his crease. Let's have a look. Oh, that was pretty tight to the wide line, gotta say.
Swing and a miss and a good dot ball to end the over. 17 gone, 190 for 5.
So they got 11 runs off that one. 41 required from 3.
I think it's time that both the batters break free now, Jamie. What do you reckon?
Wow, I feel like they're trying. They're just not getting the timing that some of the earlier batters were able to get. Even the shot that went for 6, like I said, it was completely mistimed, really. It's just been muscled over the boundary. He swung so hard that even though he's clunked it, it's just carried the rope. Anwar Ali returns for his final over. He's been pretty good. Probably outside of Hassan, he's been the pick of the paces.
41 in 18, boiling down to the last 3 overs of this finals.
Driving straight. Good spot to hit it. Fielder gets across, does superbly well. Keeping the scoring to 1, my goodness. Brilliant piece of work in the deep.
Saad Ali once again, have a look at that, covered such a long distance. No fumble, clean collect and a throwback, keeping it to 1. This is good all-round cricket.
Again, mistimed. Just be another single. Saad Ali again doing the fielding.
Excellent delivery right in the block hole. These Yorkers matter a lot, not allowing the batters to get underneath. But they need a move on here. They have to find a way to get the boundaries or the sixers now.
Oh, what a delivery. Right in the block hole. Khwaja Raza Ali unable to get anything on it. Crucial dot ball at this stage.
Let's have a look at that. Anwar Ali bringing all his experience. Once again, a perfect Yorker. Fuller inland, just outside the off stump. Terrific delivery that.
Well, one of these last 3 deliveries has to go out the park. Oh, that should be it. Has he got enough on it? He certainly has. Just in time for the LIV legends. Nice juicy full toss though. Bit of a present.
Just what you wanted, Jamie, and that's how a Yorker can go wrong for a pacer. Carrying it on the full and hoisting it over the square boundary on the onside for a 6.
Yeah, trying to roll his fingers across the ball, just lost grip. Although it's not quite as hot as yesterday, it's still very warm out there, so it's not a big surprise that these players are occasionally losing grip on the ball. Sure, they're very sweaty.
Yeah, and well over 400 runs already in the game so far. What a finals this has been.
And well bowled. It's pretty much all Raza Ali could do there, just to dig it out and get a single. Last ball of this 18th over. 13 balls remaining, 32 further runs required. Can Shahir Hassan get this ball away to the boundary?
This is interesting. The required run rate still under the 15 mark, and we'll be into the last 2 overs, Jamie. Your 3 seems to be working.
Oh, big shot. Has he got enough? He certainly has. Oh, that's a big blow at an absolutely crucial time. Last ball of the 18th over, and Shahir Hassan has deposited it straight back over the bowler's head for 6.
Superb strike this by Shahid. What a crucial time. And that drops the required run rate to 13. Have a look at that. Goes deep in the crease, gets underneath that ball. Hoists it a long, long way into the woods. This is terrific batting.
Again, I don't reckon he's timed that. He's just absolutely muscled it. Big swing of the bat. A couple of his 6s. Oh, how crucial are they going to be in the end? And as I said, if they can get to 30 off 2, they're in the hunt. Well, they've done better than that. It's 26 off 2, just 13 runs and over. If they can get 15 off this next one, you'd have to say they're massive favourites going into the final over.
Absolutely. The way these two have looked and contributed. Have a look at their scores. Shahir 21 is just 12. Raza Ali steadying the ship 39. Just 28 deliveries. The left-handed, right-handed combination working perfectly here. And what a cracker of a contest this is. Don't go anywhere. We have exhilarating 12 deliveries left in the finals of the Liberty Cup 2025.
Well, who will it be to bowl the final overs? Looks like Niaz Khan coming back with the yellow headband to bowl the 19th. He's been taken to the cleaners somewhat so far, 31 without loss. Although going at about 10 and over, if he goes for 10 here, he's probably pretty happy, to be honest. Here we go, 12 balls left. Full. Oh, well played, young man. Just glides it off the face. Down to the third man boundary for 4. What a start.
Deft touch there from Raza Ali. Knew exactly where the short third man fielder was. Putting it away beautifully in the gap. How crucial would this boundary be in the context of the game? Have a look at that. Didn't try to hit it hard. Giving it direction. A well-deserved boundary for Raza Ali.
Nothing wrong with the length of the delivery, but he's just allowed a little bit of width. And Raza Ali has done so well there. Just ever so quietly, he's gone to 43 off 29. Short ball this time. Yanked around the corner. Just the single.
What a contest. What a contest it's turning out to be. One way of looking at it is the deficit between the runs and balls is 11, which technically is just 2 hits, Jamie.
Yeah, that's right. 21 required off 10. And regardless of the result here, we've had a match deserving of a final. We've had some incredible cricket. Seen a few one-sided games, particularly in those 2 qualifiers yesterday morning. Both of them incredibly one-sided. Had a couple of relatively competitive semi-finals. He's gone for the big shot over the offside. He's just cleared the infield. It's taken a kick off the grass. They'll be able to come back for 2. That's all they'll get. So another 2 runs to the score. Just 19 runs required now.
The fielder in the deep was actually hoping that the extra cover would get his hands onto that. Not to be the case. Comfortable 2 runs in the end.
Well, Shahir Hassan's little innings here has been absolutely crucial. But I'm convinced he's yet to hit one out the middle of the bat. If he does, it's going to go a long way. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. Right up in the block hole. Fields off his own bowling. And a dot ball. Absolutely crucial at this point.
Brilliant bowling. Brilliant ball this under pressure. Well done, Niaz. Kept it straight. Right in the block hole, and a good effort to get on and stop. I would say at this stage the throw wasn't a great idea, Jamie.
Yeah, I'd agree. Ricochet off the stumps. Could have been costly. Oh, good shot down the ground. But the man in the deep has done so well in the last few overs. Saad Ali keeps the scoring to 1, and this ball has to go 2 or over the fence.
For a moment, I thought it went to the boundary. Have a look at that. It was in the right slot, maybe in the bottom of the bat. But Saad Ali once again does well, covers it up beautifully, picks the bounce and keeps it to just 1 run.
Yeah, yet again, just absolutely no timing from Shahir Hassan. Probably be on 50 by now if we had timed a few better. Certainly been throwing all his energy at the ball.
What a thriller this is turning out to be. Edge of the seat finals.
Oh, wide. Oh, swallowed at deep third man. Dear, oh dear. He probably could have hit that anywhere.
Would you believe that? Full toss with offered. Could have been dispatched, but manages to find the third man fielder straight into the hands. What a time to pick it a wicket. Well done, Niaz.
Let's have a look at the replay. Wide full toss. Oh dear. Oh, he couldn't have picked him out more perfectly. Oh.
Full marks to the captain and bowler on that occasion, pushing that short third man back out to deep third man. Went straight down the throat. Brilliant comeback this, and what a wicket. 6 balls left, the last over, 18 runs. What a game we are having.
Well, you have to say it swung back into the favour of the Chicago Kings. 18 required off the last over. It's going to be tough. Shahir Hassan's still there, but like I say, he's not timing the ball.
If they get a maximum hit in the first 2 deliveries, it is game on. It's going to be absolutely 50-50.
Yeah, it'll be an incredible effort. If they can get up from here. Looks like Asif Mahmood. Yeah, in fact, he's the only bowler that has an over left. So it will be Mahmood to bowl the 20th and final over of the innings. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. 18 runs required off the last over. After an entire competition starting with 8 teams, it comes down to this. Oh, and he's cleaned him up. Well, what a way to start the final over for the Chicago Kings. And you'd have to say with that, they're now red-hot favourites.
Absolutely brilliant this by Asif. You miss, I hit. What a time to get a wicket.
It was there to hit. Let's have a look. Just a little bit of shape in. It was in the slot. Just almost trying to overhit it. I think. Look at where his head went. We've talked about it all day. The players that are able to keep their shape, keep their heads still, maintain their balance, have a much better chance of striking the ball cleanly. Shahir Hassan, well, he's always played this way. It's what he's always done. He throws the entire kitchen sink at the ball when he decides to hit.
Yeah, nice little cameo, 24 of 17.
So 2 new batters at the crease. Neither has faced the ball, and somehow they need to try and score 18 off 5 deliveries. Malik Assad will be at the non-striker's end. He came in at the fall of the last wicket.
It's all but 3 big hits in the 5 deliveries left.
What are you saying? They're going to win with 2 balls to spare?
Maybe, probably.
Oh, swing and a miss. Sadaf Hussain, the opening left arm quick. It's a pretty tough ask to come in, try and hit 6s right from the off.
Fantastic 2 deliveries, picking up a wicket and a dot ball coming around the wickets, tucking into the left-handed batter. This is good thinking by Asif.
Short ball. It should run away. Will the fielder get across? No, they won't. So a boundary just keeps them in the hunt.
Too much width offered on that occasion. All the batter had to do was free his arms, and away it goes over the point head for an easy boundary.
So will the Kings hold their nerve here? They've got one hand on the trophy. Oh, shortish. I don't think it's above the head. He's asking the square leg umpire, but I think that's not out of reach of the batter.
Yep. Sadaf, a tall man, and I don't think that was like way over his shoulders.
Swing and a miss, and it's over now, barring something quite extraordinary. Chicago Kings are going to defend their first innings total of 230 for 7. They're one delivery away from securing the championship. They will be crowned the CAD Engineering Liberty Cup USA 2025 champions. And there it is. And a wicket of the final ball to seal things for the Chicago Kings. And it's the captain, Ramiz Raja, who takes the final catch. Asif Mahmood gets 2 wickets in the final over. And the Chicago Kings are your 2025 CAD Engineering Liberty Cup USA champions. Well done to the Chicago Kings. Well done also to the Chicago Live Legends, who had a superb tournament. In the end, just not quite enough.
Well-deserved win for the Chicago Kings by 13 runs. They've held on to their nerves, bowled their last 5 overs beautifully. On full mark to the Legends though. They were in the hunt until the last over. The Chicago Kings keep their calm and win the Liberty Cup 2025. A big shout out to everyone who was involved in this fabulous tournament. What a tournament and what a game, Jamie. We had 450 runs exactly in this finals.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Couldn't have asked for a better final, really. To come down to the last over when you're chasing 231 for victory is quite remarkable. There's your 2 umpies out in the middle there, shaking hands with the players. They also did a superb job. They played their part in what was a tremendous final. Martin Inamdar and Chirag Vaswamy. But to the victors go the spoils. Congratulations to the Chicago Kings. They win by 13 runs. They are your Liberty Cup USA 2025 champions. We'll be back in some time for the post-match presentation. In the meantime, we'll leave you with some scenes from the middle.
Join us on the west side of the pavilion for lunch. Mozin bhai ho gaya kya? Players and staff. डगआउट पे पहुंच गए पूछ लीजिए आवाज आ रही है कुछ बोल नहीं रहे मुझे अभी चेक चेक 1 2 3 चेक 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 कैमरा क्रू स्टाफ एंड let first camera crew lead. ACA volunteers, we need help here. ACA volunteers.
Okay, we need ACA volunteers to serve food. Suresh. Suresh. All the ACA volunteers, please come. We need help serving food. Okay, we have food open for.
So I want essentially Jamie to. Where is Jamie? He's coming. Jamie to what? Introduce me, I guess.
Check 1 2 3. Check. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3.
Mic test. Mic. Mic test, mic test, mic test. Mic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Welcome to the post-match presentation for the CAD Engineering Liberty Cup USA for 2025. And before we get to a whole bunch of thank yous that we've got, and before we get to the main thing, which is the awards, I'd like to invite the CEO of the Liberty Cup, Hassan Dastagir, to come up and say a few words.
So first of all, I just want to thank all the teams who participated and came from different states to play this tournament, and I hope you guys have a really good experience. As you have seen, Liberty Cup has grown from the years prior to this one, and my goal is to provide you a quality cricket in the US with international players, with a combination of first-class players, ranking players, basically to compete with the local talent so we can groom our locals here. So that was a main concept behind Liberty Cup. With that said, we're gonna, without spending any time, I think, in the interest of how the weather is looking up, one thing has always followed this tournament is the rain in the post presentation. We always have rain in the post presentation. I don't know why, but it just follows us every year. With that said, I'm gonna hand the mic back to Jamie.
Thanks, Hassan. All right, so a few recognitions. First of all, massive recognition to ACAC, the American Cricket Academy and Club, for hosting. AJ Jam, Ganesh, Sunil, there's too many to mention, but all of the volunteers, etc., done a superb job. Obviously, the ACAC support staff, again, couldn't have done it without you. Umpies. All right. The job that often goes unnoticed. All right. Mateen, Shirag, Gove. I'm going to read out your full names. Mashir Laliwala, Shirag Vaswani, Gove Vasant, and Mateen Anamda. You guys did a superb job. As any of us involved in cricket know, the games can't happen without you. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Umir and team, Mohsin, hope you're all right, buddy. Umir and team, fantastic job with the production. Some incredible vision, you know, that I had the pleasure of sitting in front of for 2 days. It made my job, made Sunil's job really easy, and also it meant that those who are following at home across the country and hopefully across the world were able to follow every ball. So thanks to you guys. Of course, a huge thanks to our title sponsor, CAD Engineering. And our platinum sponsor, LIV Wellness. Sorry, I should have mentioned Lian for CAD Engineering and Dr. Hasnain Syed for LIV Wellness Lounge. Our silver sponsors, 9 Sports, who provided all the uniforms and the balls. MyGo Consulting, ProMotion Physical Therapy, and Sports Nexion. Thanks to all of you. And that's all of the thank yous for now. But we are going to ask, actually I'll get Hassan, you can introduce the guys that came all the way from Sydney.
So a big thanks to Umar Bhai and Sohail Bhai, who came all the way and brought the team from Sydney, Australia. We have a small token of appreciation. We have trophies for the guys here. So if you have anybody, can I have both of you here at the stage? Next, I would like to thank 2 people who are my left and right hand. So I would like to invite Karthik Raghu on the stage and Mateen Inamdar. So guys, we have several meetings for months and months to pull this off, and these are the two brains and bodies behind it. So thank you guys.
Back to me. All right, we're going to move on to the individual awards. We're going to start with the player of the match from today's final. Firstly, what an incredible match. Okay, often we get to the end of these finals and sometimes, you know, it can be a little bit disappointing, but I think the final game today absolutely lived up to the hype. Over 450 runs scored, and when you have the amount of cricket that was played on this pitch, to still have that pace and bounce going into the very final match. We haven't mentioned them yet, but the guys that look after the pitch, I think players, you'd agree, they've done a quite incredible job. So player of the match, perhaps unsurprisingly, all-round performance, 45 runs in the first innings, 4 wickets in the second, Hassan Motion. All right, we're going to continue with some individual awards for the tournament. Some of these players might be here to receive the awards, but we want to acknowledge them anyway. Firstly, the best batsman of the tournament from the Pacers Academy, Gauranshu Sharma. All right, the best bowler of the tournament from the Chicago LIV legends, Sadaf Hussain.